Just starting stream. 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 What's up, guys? I've muted my own stream. I'm gonna eat food and stuff my face. I actually made myself kind of sick. What? Are they gonna? Are they adding a paywall? I bet they're adding a paywall. Everyone's always adding a paywall. I have to read my good news. What's the good news? They're making me log in. It's only bad news. They're like, we have good news for you. They're like, what is the good news? The bad news is you'll have to take action, or Frosty Tools may stop working for you because you're gonna have to log in and reauthorize. I have to figure out why. The good news is that reauthorizing is easy. The good news is that the bad news isn't very bad. It's just the good news is that there's bad news, guys. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Whatever. I don't even know of like what Frosty Tools is, whether or not it's worth it. But anyways, yeah. So now that I'm live, I'm gonna be stuffing my face and watching YouTube videos like last time for a little bit. Although this time I'm actually gonna like clean shit afterwards. And last time I made myself kind of sick eating that much pizza. So this time I've got to like start eating healthy, especially like being lactose sensitive and all that. So this time I've got a plate of fried cheese sticks. That's gonna go over much better. The secret is that I have marinara sauce. So we'll just like offset it with the marinara sauce.
Welcome back, everyone. Today we've got some.
That's the wrong outputs. Moment to work. Sometimes
Talk
that
about another
lags. There we go.
developer. In this case, it's Creative Assembly, where they're really in the middle of a trying time.
I don't know what's going on here.
Last year or so, just being battered and bruised by multiple really messy launches, especially stuff with Warner.
I almost made a really inappropriate dick
That's
there.
of course totally fair.
Joke there.
Liking design decisions, but Creative Assembly's big picture decision making.
I should get my hair out of the way. That's why I had my headphones off when I started the stream. I was like, bro, why the fuck are my headphones off? Like,
very much with their name really battered. They're now trying to
because when I got all this hair, if I don't get it out of the way, start stuffing my face, well, it ends up where I don't want it to.
Rather insanely, they're doing a bunch of them for free. They're also making sure that the ongoing support for Warhammer 3 is solid and also that expectations are managed well. They're very doing some changes and making sure their name really battered. They're now trying to do what they can, and that means making sure existing people are happy. So rather than abandoning
what can they do?
Actually doing quite a lot of changes, and rather insanely, they're doing a bunch of them for free. They're also making sure that
that is kind of insane.
Is solid and also that expectations are managed well. They're very much off the back of a very strong release with Thrones of Decay, but, well, you've had one good release. People will want multiple so that they see a positive pattern, and all of the reasons that led to Shadows of Change having a whole bunch of problems, well, have those fundamental things.
Better send a message.
Are there still problems?
My brain is still turning on.
That can't just whip out a Medieval 3, even though that's what we all want, because that's probably a very, very, very long way off. And then going by a bunch of leaks, the next 3 games for the team may not even be that historical or fantastic.
Oh, I'm just sending a message. Forgot. Trying to catch up with life. Oh. to say. Alright. I don't know. Probably should. Oh, but oh well. I need to finish sending the message. Let's see.
At all. Just a quick little note before we continue with the video. Another thing has happened in the community, and it's absolutely fascinating.
Now,
essentially, an ex-Creative Assembly.
I can start stuffing my face.
He worked on AI, especially on Rome 2 Total War, and he's released this humongous article on his page. It is a
humongous
read. So, I'd recommend you check it out. It does make for fantastic reading. If you were deeply interested,
people still read Medium.
That period of time, as I was, if you have interesting memories regarding the Siege of Carthage gameplay demos trailer thing that they did, I recommend you check it out. And of course, within his experience, there are loads of problems that do appear to have tracked forward through time and really led to the degradation of the Total War brand. Now, I'm probably going to dive into that document a bit more deeply in a few days. The reason why is this is already a real chunky video, and on the 26th, the DLC announcements will be dropping. Perhaps there'll be other news, so
it's 23 minutes.
Just to say
it's not even a chunky video.
So today's job,
I mean, I guess for them it is.
Total War, the state of Creative Assembly, and just what the hell is going on, if they can win their players back and then keep them. And of course, if you want to help us keep going, here's today's sponsor, us, specifically at Bellular.Games, where we publish loading screen.
Oh, what if I could?
Members. Now, loading screen is on our site. It also is in your inbox as a newsletter. Let's get into the news. First up, Warhammer 3, where they did their entire E3 press conference in a single tweet. Yeah, they just said, Corrin, Ogre Kingdom's Greenskins 2024. Thanks for attending our presser. More info June 26th, which of course is not too long away. That's it. It's part a cheeky tease, but it's also part rebuke because there was a whole bunch of leaking going on, especially, or I think most notably, the Legend of Total War video. Now, this is where it gets really, really fascinating. So in one of the recent videos, he talked about upcoming Warhammer 3 DLC. Now, it's actually a really, really well-handled video. He heavily caveated everything in terms of believability. He put it into full context, and he basically said, here's some reasons you should believe, and maybe some reasons you shouldn't believe. Overall, though, this is stuff that he said he had heard from multiple people, and he was able to corroborate stuff. Now, I do not think in any way that he was lying. So his information was 3 further DLC packs coming to Warhammer 3. The first leak was the expansion of Cathay, where the core DLC would see Cathay seemingly get 2 new sub-factions featuring an Ogre and Tigerman Lord apiece, which, yeah, I mean, to me, honestly, big Tigerman, that does seem kind of cool. And that would then be paired with Goldfag Maneater being basically free LC. Now, Cathay does make a lot of sense for narrative expansion, and that's because Creative Assembly did a lot of development work alongside Game Workshop staff. So that basically means there's quite a bit of room to maneuver in terms of like making new, new creations rather than just reproducing existing lore. So there was that. The next DLC then was seemingly to be a Dogs of War one, which yes, would be the Tillian Mercenaries, so mixed armies pulled right from that army list from like, actual Warhammer Fantasy Battle, which would be pretty cool. Finally, there was to be a Monkey King DLC with 21 items of content that would basically be another sub-faction for Cathay. And this is the one that Legend thought, at least from his perspective, was the most susceptible to perhaps cancellation or production changes based on how far away it would be. So to bring it together then, this would have been 2 faction expansions that allowed the team at CA to create something new in the form of Cathay, and then basically doing like Dogs of War and Tigermen basically as really deep pulls from the history of the tabletop game. To some people, that's cool. To some people, though, a little bit confusing. Now, what's interesting is when we take a look at
I missed like
Twitter, because only one of these
90% of that.
with Goldfag Maneater being
I remember seeing that.
Now, Cathay does make a lot of sense for narrative expansion, and that's because Creative Assembly did a lot of development work alongside Game Workshop staff. So that basically means there's quite a bit of room to maneuver in terms of like making new creations rather than just reproducing existing lore. So there was that. The next DLC then was seemingly to be a Dogs of War one, which yes would be the Tillian Mercenary, so mixed armies pulled right from that army list from actual Warhammer Fantasy Battle, which would be pretty cool. Finally, there was to be a Monkey King DLC with 21 items of content that would basically be another sub-faction for Cathay.
It's marinara sauce, it's just okay. It's almost too sweet.
It was the most susceptible to perhaps cancellation or production changes based on how far away it would be. So to bring it together then, this would have been 2 faction expansions that allowed the team at CA to create something new in the form of Cathay, and then basically doing like Dogs of War and Tiger Men basically as really deep pulls from
I'm actually listening this time, kind of. I still don't know what the fuck's going on.
The history of the tabletop game. To some people, that's cool. To some people, though, a little bit confusing. Now, interesting is
I guess I'm in the second camp.
when we take a look at what they said in Twitter, because only one of these leaked items is turning up, right? Only one of them was on that tweet. Now, we don't actually know what shape the updates from the tweet are actually going to take. So then, we have a little bit of overlap, but also a lot of stuff that doesn't overlap. Does that mean that Legend was lying? The answer is, of course, it does not mean that he was lying. He clearly talked about this information.
The answer is, of course. It does not mean that he was. I love how it's like, the answer, of course, yeah, he was. No, of course, no, he wasn't.
But that it represents information that was passed to him from staff at a specific time.
Of course he was lying. Oh, no, never mind. It doesn't mean he was.
One person understands, of course, within a pretty damn big organization.
He loves, of course.
And what somebody may know, let's say if they're maybe community manager, maybe they work in like publishing or QA, well, they might have just completely out of date information. Still though, it is a fairly bizarre situation, especially because it almost seemed timely that they did that tweet.
We're gonna start a new,
a set of leaks that some people.
A new drinking game. Watch a Bellular news video and take a shot every time he says, of course.
People in the community,
or what's his other thing he likes to say?
Could be a little bit concerning. So part of his motivation, right, was he thought that a lot of this is focusing on Cathay, and that may be a bad.
We'll see. It'll come to me if he says it again.
Resources spent on changes and fixes that will be directly addressed.
I don't know if he said it this video, but he's got a couple of catchphrases he likes. Everyone does.
If it's solving a problem with
there's, of course, that's another shot.
Value proposition of the DLC is immediately understandable to the audience. That's totally fair, and looking at what Creative Assembly said, it almost seems
totally fair is another thing he says a lot too, but that's not the one I'm thinking of.
Cancelled in the past, right? Maybe that was a plan and they've since changed it, but we don't really know. What I can say though is that tweet says 2024, right? It marks those as 2024 bits of content. So will we get like 3 more DLCs within 2024? Legend was saying he was expecting about 3 DLCs, maybe 4, and some of that would be performance dependent. So maybe we have a case where quite a lot of what was leaked was actually a plan at one stage in time, but we've basically since seen that morph. Some of the further away, like longer range stuff within the Legend leaks, maybe some of that.
You should stream 24/7. Sounds like a party. Well, we have 1 vote for yes. What's up, Snow Ninja? How's it going? I saw you were streaming. Was it Fortnite the other day? I actually had, I think I still probably have your stream up because I had the lurk window up and I never closed it. Where the fuck is the lurk window? It's up here. How are things been? Guys, if you haven't done so, please follow my friend Snow Ninja. The enigmatic cosplay ninja. They've been MIA from the airwaves. That's not true. I guess they're just not saving the VODs. But when they do surface, it's in a hot tub with a side of anime and Genshin Impact action. No, oh, no, it was Genshin you were streaming, actually. Yeah. Ooh, girls, I can't talk. I'm dying on my things. Ooh, girls reunite. Tell me they're all about the kawaii crew life. If you're lucky, catching her pro level playing waifu vibes. Wow, now you have Prime ads here. That's nice. I wonder if you have to set them up to get some money. Uh, excuse me. So, what happens? I've been playing Ghost of Tsushima. I heard that's really good. I got sick of the pre-rolls because the whole thing is like pre-rolls annoy the piss out of me, especially when I'm like trying to raid another creator and I like want to make sure that they're like engaging and talking with their chat and have a video, like have a cam. It's like I'm not gonna sit through like 5 or 6 pre-roll ads to be able to like see if this person's content is any good. So like clearly it definitely creates a barrier to entry having pre-roll ads on. So I run the bare minimum that Twitch requires for me to be able to turn pre-rolls off. And I used to, they give you this thing in the ads manager. I think I can drag this over and it shouldn't cause any problems. They give you this thing right here. I used to slam and use all my snoozes, but I realized that using the snoozes doesn't like delay the pre-roll ad timer. Using the snooze makes it so that it will offset it, so that like the more you snooze, the more pre-roll time you have, and it doesn't like automatically fix it with the ad thing. So I used to spam those snoozes thinking I'd get like a free 15 minutes of every hour where I could just not do that, but no, I found out it was just like pushing it back later and later. So not only would I have the ad manager, but then I would also have the pre-rolls for like 2 minutes, then like 4 minutes and stuff as it stacked up from those snoozes. So now I just don't use the snoozes at all unless I need to. I save all 3 of them. That way I can like rant for 20 minutes without being interrupted by ads if I need to, you know? Well, I was pretty on point. Is that a psychic bot? Yeah, right? Dude, it's insane. Like it's scary. I can shout out people that haven't streamed in forever and it will come up with the coolest little things. What's up, Raven? How you doing, dude? A casual spacefarer from the UK quadrant. They're on a quest to rally a crew and hit the elusive 200 follower mark. No recent transmissions saved in the logs, but that doesn't stop them from pushing forward. Keep your eyes on the stars, Raven, and remember, it's the journey that toughens your cosmic wings. We'll be watching from light years away. I'm good, man. How are you? I'm doing alright. Just eating food, watching some gaming news. What about you? What are you up to? I'm gonna sort this camping shit that still hasn't been cleaned out yet. Way overdue. Life has been really rough lately, you know?
That could happen in 2025. And yeah, that would probably be quite a bit of support, but I think it's no shock that the Warhammer audience is one that Creative Assembly absolutely wants to keep. In our prior analysis of this series, one of the most notable things, right, is how many people are playing Medieval 2. And maybe to a lesser degree, like Rome or Empire or something, but really, like Medieval. Oh boy, people love Medieval. There are so many mods, things like that for Medieval, and that presents a problem for CA because guess what? If you've got like 10,000 people playing Medieval, you're not really going to be earning that much money. It's an old game, it's a cheap game, it doesn't.
I think the one I played the most was Rome.
What is people playing? Ideally, this
is there one I own on Steam?
Say, Rome Emperor Edition or whatever it's called, that does actually have some DLC support. Problem basically is they are significantly being outcompeted by some of their older offerings. So this is their one newer offering that is actually, I don't want to say stable because it has been very rocky, but it is one that does show it can actually produce some numbers. So them keeping that support on really does matter, especially because
I'm trying to play Extraviant, but it's too bloody warm today to concentrate. I haven't played
which
I played a bunch of that in the beta, but I haven't played it since it came out. How's it been?
In light with what's going on with Pharaoh, that perhaps some of CA has realized they cannot keep on getting away with their typical.
All right, why was I opening? Oh yeah, I wanted to see if I had a
Things to say
Total War
about
game.
cohesion, and I probably will be quite a grumpy boomer insofar as like the Creative Assembly game audience goes. So if we're to see what they announced for 2024 happening, and then some version of some of the things that Legend talked about maybe happening into 25, I think that.
Oh, I have Medieval.
Idea of
Okay.
40K.
I guess it is Medieval that I used to play. Medieval 2. The one that he said is the one that everyone plays. That's the one I played as well.
Warhammer 3, one thing is abundantly clear. Warhammer 3 was undercooked, and it was undercooked on just about every level. Of course, we have had many leaks. I actually had people leaking to me about some of the internal development of the Realms of Chaos campaign. Of course, the Realms of Chaos.
I don't know what he was doing that people were leaking to him, but
not great.
that sounds more like OnlyFans content, not YouTube
that
content.
Basically needed way more gameplay iteration. People were trying to sound the alarm internally, and allegedly anyway, that wasn't really listened to. It also had a whole.
It's been fun. They added TDM recently, and I think season 1 is coming soon with Rainbow Six Siege theme. That's cool.
Pretty damn terrifically. So Warhammer 3 damaged the game quite a bit, and it seems it's really taken them a long time to actually stabilize. Maybe they know that if they do a 40k and they cock it up like they did with Warhammer 3, that basically that would be true lasting damage. So perhaps more time.
I'm having trouble trying to stream, well, just in general right now, but gaming as well, in particular. My PC's kind of fucked.
And that sort of thing. Maybe they can balance these things, keep the players happy.
I'm probably gonna have to wipe and factory install a new OS. But before I want to do that, I want to get the other PC running. Can you see it somewhere? No, where the fuck is it? There's a PC back there somewhere. Where is the PC? Oh, I think it's under the blue and white jacket. Maybe? Oh, no, it's under the fire department shirt, the blue fire department shirt. That's my old PC, my original streaming PC. I'm trying to get that, we're gonna be cleaning up that mess once I finish eating on stream. Try to get that PC running again, and then once I do that, I'll probably take this PC off and wipe it. And hopefully I can stream from that PC, but I'm gonna be installing Linux on that one. So, sure, like, yes, I know I can, but whether or not I'm gonna wanna jump through all the hoops to make it work is gonna be another question. YouTube has a very dark side to it. Oh yeah. YouTube has a super dark side. I know a YouTuber my mate watched live once actually out committing murder. Dude, that's fucked. That's so fucked. Yeah. There's been a lot of YouTube drama going on right now. So like the two big things are like the Dr. Disrespect fan stuff is out if you haven't seen that. And then there's also the dude I'm Alex is getting all kinds of flack for stuff that doesn't look good. There's almost, dude, yeah, YouTube gets really insane. It's actually, there are some really dark corners of YouTube. You know, I don't even remember. It was like a video someone else did. Like, I watch some of the channels like Tom Dark, and there's Internet Anarchists, and they'll do like just deep dives onto like weird trends or individuals. And there was one, dude, there's like the YouTube ASMR platform. It's like actually creepy as fuck, because like you think ASMR, you think Amaranth, right? But no, it's like the biggest YouTube ASMR stars are like 13-year-old little girls and shit. You're like, what the fuck? It's actually insane. It's YouTube gets so dark, man.
There is no more austerity to do. Warhammer was dying. Perhaps they've hit rock bottom and realized. So with that in mind, let's talk about Pharaoh. Now, Pharaoh is an odd one because there absolutely is a financial case to getting Warhammer 3 in a good place. Like, you're selling DLC, you've got very active player numbers, and loads of players did come back for Thrones of Decay. In a recent video, we went through those numbers. It's pretty impressive. Pharaoh, though...
Those screenshots make me want to play Dragon Age. Oh, wait, dude, I forgot I did that. I was kind of hot. I bought the other Dragon Ages because they tanked the game so much, the game's reputation so much with the new trailers. They put the other Dragon Ages on sale, so I'm pretty sure I bought them. I've only played the first one, but I got like a message when I was like kind of stoned and feeling bad about myself, so I made an impulse buy, and now I think I have 2 and Inquisition. Let me double check. We'll probably play those assuming they work. I don't know if they're gonna work. The big thing I want to play is Dragon's Dogma. Yeah, I now have Dragon Age 2 as well as Dragon Age Inquisition. So we're gonna play both of those games. I don't know if I'm gonna play the new one. We'll see. That's gonna be expensive. Because it's probably not going to come out on sale unless they like bomb the release. Alright.
Has never really been pulling in the
Did you see the Dr.
So
Disrespect?
like the
Everyone's at a P nowadays. It's gross. Yeah, for sure. I did see the Dr. Disrespect stuff. And I was actually holding back on commenting on that one for a while, even though I wasn't live. But if I was live, I would have been. Because... as it turns out, like, he just released some stuff today. It's now looking like he didn't really do anything wrong, and Twitch, that's why, like, there's like 2 big things. Usually, like, when someone gets in trouble for something like that, if it's true, not all the time, but usually, if it's true, you hear it from a bunch of other people at the same time. Like, if you look at the I'm Alex stuff, I'm Alex said it, and then like 2 or 3 ex-girlfriends said it, and they all had like a bunch of stuff they could corroborate. Prove it was true, you know? So then on the other end of it, someone last stream, it might have been you actually, Raven, asked about iNabber. I saw stuff about the iNabber video, and that stuff, it's like kind of the opposite, you know? At the time I saw the video, only one person has accused him of anything, and it was like kind of inconsistent, and I didn't see any damning proof. Maybe I missed it. Like the I'm Alex stuff. There are inexcusable videos of him threatening to beat her head in with a brick. It's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard to defend that. Like, there's undeniable proof. But I didn't see any proof about the iNabber when I saw the last iNabber video. And I haven't heard anything since then. It's kind of died down, so I'm assuming that one's a nothing burger. And that was my thing with the Dr. Disrespect thing. It's like, alright, so we have this one accusation. Why is everyone staying quiet, though? And it turns out that, like, it seems he didn't even know she was a minor. He was just talking with someone, and then he found out she was 17, and he stopped it. And the weird thing is, apparently, someone pointed out, I think the conversations happened in 2017, but they didn't ban him till 2022. I don't know. Is that right? Someone pointed out that it like took forever for that ban to land, but who knows? That was commentary from Asmon's chat, and Asmon's chat is dumb. So I don't know why I even reference that. It's probably totally wrong. But it's just one of those things where it looks more like it was Twitch doing shady shit against their terms of service. Because you have to keep in mind, while, like, in the end, they paid him. And if he was, like, doing bad things, like, contracts aren't enforceable. You know, it's like, you if you, like, hire a guy on salary and he turns up and it turns out to be like using your platform to be a pedophile, you don't have to pay him the rest of that contract. And he said he got paid, and it sounds like he might have even gotten more than just his contract, or at the very least he got his contract paid in full, which means that it was probably Twitch that did some messed up things, and that's why he had to stay quiet the whole time about it. Turns out, what he's said so far, he's kind of in the clear. He admitted that the conversation took a questionable turn at a couple points, but he said that at no point did it ever cross the line, nor did they ever meet up, or was there anything extremely suggestive or any photos or anything sent. So, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't. Am I gonna say what he did was right? No, but I'm pretty sure every guy on the face of the earth has been tempted once or twice and then found out after the fact that she was like 17 or something. So I think trying to bury him for that is fucking ridiculous, because I guarantee you it's gonna be like most of those people that are trying to if they're still trying to bury him now that we know everything, it's gonna turn out to be one of those I'm Alex situations, right? Because that dude, he made his whole career off of like calling out pedophiles and misogynists and stuff, and it turns out like he's a fucking woman beater himself. So it's like, what the hell? It's kind of like people latch on to the one thing that they hate most about themselves type thing. About Inquisition and Dogma, I think, and barely touched them. Yeah, D-Day gifted me Dogma, and I still gotta play it. The first one, not the second one. I really gotta play it though. That's the plan. Is to play that. See that soon at some point. Yo, what's up, Smoky Bones? I was just ranting a bit for a while. Just fucking internet drama. Yeah, this statement today seems to have split people's thoughts as who admitted to talking to someone. That I never thing was me, and he's clapped back at all. He has? Oh, okay. What did he say about his response? I didn't hear the INABA response. After his big response to her, she went on X rant, and that's the last I heard. 2017 was mentioned, yeah. You wearing a tie? No, I wish, dude. Just wearing a beard. This is just a shirt. I guess maybe it gave you the illusion from a shadow or something. I actually don't wish I was wearing a tie. I hate ties. I wear them like when I have to, and that's about it.
Of No Man's Sky, but they clearly are doing what they can here. And the latest thing.
How are you doing today?
A lot of details from the team at Sophia. We're having a map expansion for the game.
Now that my unhinged rant about creators being pedophiles is over, I'm gonna go back to eating my cheese sticks.
Because this period of history that I just find to be pretty damn awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I love the Bronze Age sort of collapse era. a channel you may enjoy, by the way, is Fall of Civilizations. A few very long form videos that I think you would enjoy there. Maybe a good companion to when you're playing a game like this. So, a big expansion of the map. It's almost doubled, and there are way more factions and way more settlements.
Oh
Basically,
damn.
turn this from a far smaller game, basically a Saga title, not to a full Total War title, but it's definitely Saga plus plus when you're dealing with a map of this size. Thing is, though, if you're thinking
Look
about
at those
Bronze Age
giggities.
release and you've remembered Total War Troy,
You ever play
you'll probably
Dreamcast?
see quite
Yeah.
a lot of similarities.
Like,
because yes,
one of my friends still has a working one. We play the original Soul Calibur on it sometimes.
As an example, they've added
That's my favorite fighting game.
for players. Each have got their own strengths and weaknesses. And
He had screenshots that made the conversation she showed in a much different light. I'll see if I can find the video and link it to you. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I figured because it's like her screenshots seemed so weird. Like nothing she said, nothing she clipped seemed damning in any ways. Like some of it can be like, I guess a little weird, but it's like, but none of it was like, I'm gonna smash. None of it was, I'm gonna smash your face in with a brick or whatever he said bad. That one I was like, oh my god, I can't believe he actually said that. Holy shit. Favorite game? I love Keelik. Nice. Yeah, I'm a Nightmare main. Keelik annoys me because he's one of the few things that can outreach me. Like Keelik mains and Taki mains are probably the ones that give me the most trouble. But I haven't played in forever. I have 6 is the one that's out now. What games do you like on Dreamcast, Smokey? Sent the link and Whispers, not sure it was okay. Yeah, it's fine. I have links open. Go ahead, just post it in the chat. I figure if people abuse it, I'll just ban them. Yeah, we'll watch that after this video.
Explicitly do contain characters and units from Troy, like Achilles, Odysseus, and Ajax, and the like. So the idea that they're going to be, I don't know, hanging out with Ramses.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I love Power Stone 2. What's Power Stone 2? I don't think I know that one.
Having like models translated
over. I'm just gonna Google it because maybe I do. No, it's not what I was thinking of. There's a weird there's a weird RPG game. Old arcade RPG. I just realized that RPG game is redundant. There's one old game that I played all the time. It was so cool. No, it's not that. And I realized you could get it on Dreamcast. I don't have a Dreamcast. I actually found it once, but oh, I think this is it. Holy shit, Gauntlet. Yeah. No, this isn't it. This is a different one. I have played Gauntlet, but maybe maybe one of the ports. I don't know. Let's yeah, I think this was it actually. Dude, I used to play this shit. Okay, it's like a remake. I feel like there's a remake version that I played that was an arcade version that looked like this. Like exactly like this. If not, there was a game almost exactly like this. It was like a Dragon Age type game where you had like a 4 party when you chose a primary character. It might have been that game. But anyways, I'm totally off a random 4-person multiplayer fighting game like Smash Brothers but better. Okay.
From Troy. The team, though, are clarifying that it's not a copy and paste. Now, immediately,
Harder to be better than Smash Brothers. I don't know about that.
Press X to doubt. That being said, they do.
I'm gonna also press X to doubt. I agree with Belial right there. He said that right on time. You hear that?
The team, though, are clarifying that it's not a copy and paste. Now, immediately as a player, I'm going to immediately press X to doubt.
That was good timing.
They do actually make sense when they explain things. Basically, they said that this is not just a case of stitching it on. There's a lot of technical stuff in the implementation there, but I think most importantly what they highlight is systems. So one example of that is the faction mechanics from Troy are completely untranslatable to Pharaoh. Like, they're different games, different economies, different systems. So yes, you will have matched factions between the games, but in Pharaoh, they're going to have completely different playstyles. And then they've also said that they'll be doing entirely new optional mechanics designed to make Pharaoh feel different to other games in the franchise. And one of those is an interesting one to me. It is the potential for a single blow to kill. Right? Like, to actually kill a model in one hit. It's basically, I suppose, like a lethality. Like an amazing critical strike that just is a kill. But the way that it will work is, say, a club will have a high rate of hitting, but a low rate of an instant killing blow. Whereas an axe maybe won't hit as often, but has a higher chance to just get that one, that big one-hit kill. So that does sound interesting to me. What I'd really love to see, though, is before and afters, just getting units to attack each other. I know there's a bunch of YouTubers who do content like that, so it'll be interesting to see what this actually just means for the combat system of Total War. So that's kind of interesting. The last part, then, is aided by 60 new battle maps being added for Mesopotamia. Yes, 60 battle maps. They're pretty big. They're upgraded to a 6x6
That's a lot of maps
range compared to the base game's 4x4, and they've also reworked some returning maps and cities from Troy. So it's a lot of content basically being brought together into one game. And obviously, we need to wait and see how this actually shakes out. But this is a free update for a game
that's insane. That sounds pretty promising.
Obviously, we were all pretty suspicious about it, but they reduced the price, they refunded me the difference, and now, instead of cutting and running with that game, which I think a lot of people would have expected given its absolutely abysmal sales, they are actually committing work time to putting things in the game. So while I don't know if this suddenly means Pharaoh is going to be a Total War game that I play a whole bunch, at least as a disgruntled customer who definitely has some long-term bones to pick.
Honestly,
I've been
that gameplay footage
since Rome 2. If you were there around
looks way better than the new Dragon Age gameplay footage, which is kind of insane because this is a fucking RTS game.
Scientific polling and an amazing sound,
and yet it still looks better than a third-person action RPG.
So when this was initially announced, and there have been way more updates since, including a lot of changes to the battle system, so I'd be interested to see what would happen if he did this poll again. But Legend ran a poll, so we see 64% saying they're not interested in Pharaoh, 28% saying I am interested only after this update, 5% always interested, 1% I bought Pharaoh and didn't like it, this won't bring me back, and then a final poll category probably to eat up the junk, the junk votes that could be put in there. So a fairly interesting thing. I mean, yes, the 64 will definitely feel sad, but 28% of that audience, I think that's kind of strong, especially considering his audience will not be skewed towards Pharaoh, given that he mostly covers Warhammer Doomstacks and, disaster campaigns and all of that sort of content. Where this gets fun, though, is going into the numbers. So let's take a look at reviews for Warhammer 3. Obviously, they are still mixed overall, and I would say rightly so, given the history with this game. You can see a large negative spike at the start, but, right, and it's not quite as large, but proportionally it's far more negative. You can see when the whole Shadows of Change thing went on.
What do you like about it that makes it better than Smash Brothers? I'm curious.
Then when you take a look at Pharaoh, well, what's actually happened is reviews overall have dried out, but when you look at the recent ones, you do see more positive than negative. That's important for Pharaoh, given that the big new content isn't out already. Overall, what we see, though, is while the Pharaoh audience is tiny, they are getting happier, they are getting more content and stuff for free. They're trying to make it right there. And as for Thrones of Decay, well, what I know is I've been doing a lot of gunpowder bullshit. That's been pretty fun, and I didn't have to buy the entire DLC. I just bought one part that I was actually interested in. So that does feel pretty reasonable. With that being said, right, and with them clearly trying to shore up their more dedicated audience, let's
I'm trying to play ESO again,
and talk about leaks. Okay, the future.
but I can't get my mod
we've had some idea with
installer to work,
had sources detailing that there would be a
so I can't update my mods.
and a World War I set game.
Which is,
Both of those are things I would be
there's like two things. I can't get printers to install or work right now, and I can't get my mod installer to update my mods right now. And then it just gets random things like getting super slow and the internet randomly shutting off. So I'm like actually gonna nuke my PC soon. It's just a matter of getting up the energy to do that, because it's such a pain in the ass.
very interested in, but it is a stance that he has updated. The World War I game apparently is on hiatus after suffering development hell. Now, obviously, we don't know why, but when I think about how loads of the mechanics work in Total War, sometimes just the annoyance of moving units on a wall. I could certainly imagine unit control around around trenches and that sort of thing being really hard to do when you're dealing with that setting. Things like, you know, crater holes and just real big levels of detail. Though
I don't think this is just pure speculation. Come on, Belial, this has nothing to do, like, you don't actually, unless you have insider info telling us this, I don't think so. You're just speculating.
those matter, right? They matter a lot. Now, obviously, it's not like some Man of War or Company of Heroes like situation, but still, you would have to have some degree of simulating that. Mods have obviously not really been able to do that, even though they have took really good stabs at World War I. So I can understand why that would go into development hell. The next, though, is he said we should start hearing about Warhammer 40k within the next 12 months. To me, of course, that's extremely exciting. 40k is awesome, and when you look at the unit sizes that they're used to playing with in in the fantasy Warhammer setting, well, I think 40k could actually map on surprisingly well. Next, then, something truly bizarre that has emerged with DualShockers doing reporting is the
Total War Star Wars game? What?
Which is crazy. Now, Legend has actually agreed with that, but he said it's so far into the future that any sort of detailed leaks are almost pointless. Of course, the more confirmation, the merrier. We also had Andy Robinson of Video Games Chronicle speak up about this issue as well. So, 3 potential Total War games, seemingly the First World War one being cancelled or just indefinitely, basically seemingly screwed. But what you can see, right, is like a parallel with all of these is movement, actually. It's movement in shooting, right, between Star Wars, First World War, Warhammer 40k. You'll be having movement without rank and file infantry, missile weapons as your primary means of engagement, melee being a secondary, and more of a focus on big war machines. It all does kind of make sense, but it does represent, well, it represents changes from the sorts of Total Wars that they've done. And thinking about Star Wars, World War I, Warhammer 40k, in my opinion, the one that's hardest to get right is actually the First World War, because you have to engage in such a deep level of granularity to do the First World War right. Whereas with 40k, because it's a little bit more fantasy, because it's so much, just so larger than life, you maybe don't have to deal with things being as
And with Star Wars, they put out so many shit games lately that as long as it's not a complete, absolute dumpster fire, the fans will be thankful.
granular as a player would expect with the First World War, and I think similar stuff holds for Star Wars. And like the nerd side of me just looks at this and thinks, oh my god, a Titan that's vaguely the scale of a Titan in a playable Total War game, that would be very cool. Now, of course, I would say, and Rob of Remap Radio would also say, that there is a lot of stuff here from the Napoleon game that you could basically see being a bit of an origin point, or that they sort of have experience. Now, that being said, with Napoleon, I mean, yeah, that era of warfare was very much blocks of troops, in line with their very large formations. You do have some other things, though, like, say, the rifles. So, hey, any Sharp fans out there. But even in Napoleon, I never felt like I could have the granularity controlling my rifles as I actually would have wanted, or as would have maybe fit the era. So I still do think there's just more deep, like, tactical stuff that they'd really struggle with in a Total War game.
Also take a shot every time he said granularity this episode.
With the First World War. Still, though, Legend didn't say cancelled, he said hiatus. That does mean there could be hope for the World War I project. Maybe they will learn things doing the other ones that could be mapped on there. And I think you can actually see the First World War performing pretty well as a setting. It does map onto Total War fairly well, and by the time that you're moving on...
I'm just waiting for the of course.
War, really, that's becoming less and less of a Total War style game on the actual battle map level. So without massively changing things, the First World War does seem as far as they can go. And you may say, well, that's hilarious considering they're doing Star Wars and they're doing 40k. But when you think about, say, the Astra Militarum, as we now have to call them, the Imperial Guards, I mean, they very much feel like the First World War. And I think culturally, a lot of the grim dark, because the First World War was extremely grim and felt very pointless, well, that actually does sort of carry into 40k.
Okay, wrap it up, dude.
Of course, for me, there is one big missing thing. That's Medieval 3. Where is Medieval 3? I think that would do pretty bloody well. And since Medieval 2 happened, I do think that those settings have performed very well in like broad media. The thing with the Medieval 3, though, is when you're doing that to a modern level of scale, it starts to become very, 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 very expensive. Because funny enough, making things for Medieval 2, when units look like Medieval 2 units, that's a lot easier than tackling it with a Medieval 3. That said, if I was to play a Medieval 3, and if the Sieges played any like...
there wasn't, of course, in there. I heard it.
I would probably just want to go back to Medieval 2 anyway.
There were probably more than one, but...
Anyway, that's it for Total War. I know this has been a bit of a lengthy deep...
Alright. Let's see the... Oh my god, dude, it's an hour long? What the fuck? Why is it an hour?
If you're not caught up, iNabber's ex, Cursed, put out a statement on Twitter alleging a whole bunch of different things against him, basically saying he was a toxic partner. iNabber made a Google Doc in response to this, which I covered on my channel here. Then Cursed made a 31-page Google Doc in response to this, which I covered here. And now finally, we have iNabber's 80-page Google Doc in response to where he completely dismantles all of the things that Cursed...
An 80... Bro, what is it with fucking YouTubers and their 80-page documents trying to ruin each other's lives?
It's basically just ripping it to shreds. And I know I've been relatively...
Here, we're watching this one.
Just covering the facts and reading the documents, but...
This one's 20 minutes.
An absolute destruction.
Doctor! What the fuck? Fucking Mudahar, his title. I already know the new updates.
Allegations being made against I'm Alex, people have started looking at his friends with heightened suspicion. When Alice first made her statement about her experience with I'm Alex when they were in a relationship, some of his friends immediately took to social media to speak out about this and against him, claiming that they had no knowledge of what was going on. One person from this friend group, though, has received a lot more backlash. This is iNabber. Now I'm convinced that every single person in my audience knows who iNabber is, but if you don't,
I had no idea.
Creator, he makes longer videos about creators, people like Jojo Siwa or Gabby Hanna, Colleen Ballinger, and his most recent video was 5 hours long.
What the fuck?
By the way, to get through the
How?
entire video, but so far I've only gotten through an hour and a half of it because I just never have any time to do anything. But you get the gist anyway of
Like, who has time to watch 5-hour YouTube videos?
Pretty unproblematic. Not many people have had bad things to say about him, although of course it is the internet. People are always gonna say bad things. But
Yeah, his videos are a fucking slog. Dude, no wonder I don't know about him. Like, I have trouble watching a video longer than 40 minutes. Don't get me wrong. There have been days where I've easily blown 5 hours on YouTube. Like, I could have watched a 5-hour YouTube video. But, like, committing to a 5-hour YouTube video? No fucking way, man. I'm not doing that. Only 5-hour videos I watch are Critical Role. I haven't watched any. The closest I've come to that was a 3-hour, like, this is the entire lore of Destiny thing. But yeah, it would have to be, it's got to be something fantastical like that, you know, and like Critical Role's kind of like fantasy. Well, it's definitely fantasy. It's like a
Alice came forward with her allegations.
live lore is Critical Role.
This thread is somewhat a response to iNabber's statements about I'm Alex. So before we go over it, I want to just briefly touch on the statements that iNabber made. And if you're unaware of the I'm Alex situation, I would recommend that you check out the video in the description so that you can catch up, because otherwise none of this is going
I'm already
maybe
well
it makes
caught
sense
up with
if you're
that.
really smart and can piece this together, but I'm not really smart, so I wouldn't have been able to piece it together.
Well, guess what? I am.
Alex was
No,
one
I'm
of the
kidding.
people he lived with, I didn't really speak to him much. Dude kind of went MIA other than YouTube stuff, as he had a new set of friends, which was pretty normal. Only summer year, Alex started properly interacting with us in a server to play games. I've always been friends with him. Seen Alex about once since 2023. The dude never discussed personal stuff with us, lol, solely just YouTube and games. Then he shares a screenshot of a conversation between himself and somebody else talking about I'm Alex and Alice. And he says this was March last year when we thought they were still together or seeing each other. We suspected they kept breaking up, then trying to work on things when refollowing each other and unfollowing. But the man never wanted to discuss it with us ever. Literally zero idea what was going on, a refusal to talk about it, but no indication of the true
So I think this whole thing is like, a lot of people were like, bro, you lived with him. How didn't you know that he was treating her like this? So this part of iNabber response is the whole like, this is how I didn't know. He was like a fucking goblin that just stayed in his room and did YouTube. Yeah.
extent. They were still making
Which
videos
is like
together,
what
as
you,
was him and his
by
friends.
the way, that's not anything unusual. That's literally what you need to do to succeed at YouTube. It's like if you watch like interviews of like people asking Mr. Beast what he does for fun, he's like, who has time for fun?
Friend group until early 2024, so really had nothing to go off. When I saw that tweet
Like,
in April,
even when he was talking about the woman he was dating at the time, I don't know if he was dating her, he was like, I like spending time with her because I don't feel like we're ever wasting time. I'm like always calculating like how much money is being spent on my time, and I'm like, this dude like has to be a miserable way to live life. Now don't get me wrong, I've fully put myself 110% into things. I'm capable of doing that, but there are, let's just say I have plans to go about it differently.
and was told
I think Alice actually called him a goblin before one of Alex's videos. I mean, anyone that can make a career out of content creation is part goblin, because that's the only way you can really pop up, unless someone's propping you up, you know. It's like with the whole what's her face, the convicted felon girl that like shows up at people's houses and doxes them when they make fun of her. She just does like the react videos. What the hell is her name? Sniper Wolf. There we go. Yeah. Now I don't even remember what I was gonna say about her. Oh, like she was kind of like propped up by someone else doing the hard work, because she never needed to get good at the video games. She just let someone else play the video games for her and then pretended to play. So, but she's like worse than a goblin, because she's actually like an evil fucking troll or something.
I and others were trying to work out what the hell was going on. With this Alice situation, I was personally kept in the dark on it for such a long time. I think what makes me feel truly guilty is I genuinely thought
I'm
these two were
Alex is
really
worse
happy
than a
together
goblin
until
too.
Me and friends saw signs they kept falling out via unfollows and TikTok reposts. I know even before this situation, Alex has been involved in a lot of stuff, but I've always been loyal to him as a friend and tried to stick by him, even if he was perceived as a dickhead by a great many of people. Me and that man used to argue and fall out a lot. But last year when we started playing games together, I genuinely thought he was becoming a much better person and a happier person, and I thought that was because he had finally settled down with someone.
And maybe that's actually true. But sometimes people fall off the wagon, you know?
And that thought now makes me feel ill and an overwhelming amount of guilt. Me and Alex had a very toxic friendship. I would prefer to keep that part private for the most part. But with all these clips, recordings, messages in the document, I read them for the first time this week too, and that makes me feel more sick. The fact I got zero honesty even in the end. Whole thing is just awful, and again, nothing but my support goes out to Alice. When asking for DMs, Alex told me he had, proving his innocence, he refused. Just showing these to prove literally from slightly seeing rumors, I confronted him straight away. I know that I'm changing the wording slightly here, but in a lot of these, the grammar and the spelling is just all over the place. So I'm just reading it the way that makes the most sense to my mouth. I hope that's okay. I'm not like changing the meaning or anything. And another thing I haven't spoken about is how when I confronted Alex, he shaped himself out to be a victim, putting a lot of pressure on me because he was trying to convince me how this whole story is out of context and a lie. From the moment I heard his story, I stopped making podcasts with him. I deleted every podcast with him a month ago because I just didn't believe his story. As I said, I've had a toxic friendship with Alex. We've had so many fallings out. I'd say we stayed friends for YouTube reasons, but over the years I've been in a few second channel videos with him, and after the E-Boy situation, I think it was very obvious we just had a toxic friendship. I look back.
I can't even imagine being part of a group called E-Boys. Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck are the E-Boys?
From Social Blade.
It's always someone with a name like that, you know? What was the guy? He was part of that one group of like 4 dudes, the regular guys or something. The one that like his shtick is to just be utterly in love with his wife. Got caught cheating on his wife. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? These are the guys you hold up as idols, and I don't know what the other word I'm looking for is.
The only thing I ever heard about Alex
role models.
His roommates and him fell out, and they wrote down the shit he said about them. And that was earlier last year. They all continued making content together, and then he moved in with Alice. So I just thought everyone in his circle was cool with him. There was a few more in there, but the gist of it, you pretty much got it. He's just saying that he knew that there was some issues in the relationship, but never knew.
I feel like if you're worried about getting sued over talking about conversations you had with a friend, probably shouldn't have had that person as a friend in the first place. Just saying.
What Alex was doing to Alice, or the extent of just how bad it was, and also touches on his own toxic friendship with Alice.
I'm feeling restless now, so I'm actually gonna start getting some work done while I do this.
And it was one of the reasons I ended up stopping watching I'm Alex, because I heard about that situation and then the whole Slazo thing, and I just didn't want to watch him anymore. And then all of this stuff with Alice came out. But anyway, after he posted his...
I don't know about the Slazo thing, but I did hear something about that.
His ex posted on Twitter about him. I never knew what Alex was. He would often comment how he was an awful person and even labeled Alex a narcissist himself. Everyone knew what a disgusting person Alex was and is. Pretending you were in the dark is inexcusable. He knew about the untrue allegations Alex made against Charlie because he was the one that told me when we were still together. He didn't speak about it like it was a rumor, he spoke about it like it was fact. I spoke to Charlie about it in August. While I don't believe that anyone knew the full extent Alex was treating Alice, everyone knew Alex was a narcissist prior to Alice's statement from how he treated literally everyone else. He's cold and malicious in ways there is no way anyone can deny. Alex was an extremely toxic friend to Fraser, along with so many others, and as someone who once loved him, it was hard to watch. But Fraser admitted to me that he put up with it because being friends with Alex benefited him in his work. Fraser is also a very calculated person. Manipulation and lying come so easy to him, it is disturbing. He is not the same, but not far different from Alex behind closed doors. What I experienced in my relationship with Fraser is something I am still working through to this day in therapy. I will not be putting out a detailed statement because my situation is something I would like to heal from in private without the input from strangers online. What I do feel comfortable to say.
Here's the thing that I feel like got some people frustrated with this thing. I remember someone else commenting on it. Is she says, I will not be putting out a detailed statement, and then goes into a lot of detail. And it's like, she keeps going.
Drove me to a suicide attempt in June of 2023, back when I was still living with him. Suicidal thoughts and tendencies is still something I'm struggling with because of that relationship and struggling to heal properly. I also got diagnosed with chronic stress from how he treated me. I experienced and continue to experience hair loss, extreme daily nausea and vomiting, insomnia, and debilitating migraines from all the emotional implications of that relationship. The physical and mental implications I have from that relationship is again why I will not be disclosing what I went through. It's still very raw, and I do not wish for my past traumas to be pulled apart like I have seen done to Alice.
I understand why she's saying it,
coming forward with her
but it's just the way she worded it caused too many people to cut into it.
Happiness and healing from the truly awful things she had to endure, along with all of the other people Alex maliciously treated. When this made its way to Twitter, people all over were talking about it. It was all that I was seeing.
Alright. So now we're caught up way faster than the other video. The other video was fucking an hour long. We don't have time for that. This one's 10 minutes, 20 minutes. We're halfway through it. We got about 10 minutes left. So my thing with the iNabber accusation, again, is originally she didn't provide any proof. And that's not saying I don't believe her. What she's claiming is terrible, right? And especially the whole part about suicide and deep therapy and having actual physical manifestations of stress. Absolutely terrible, and no one should ever have to go through with that. But in a world where people are just throwing accusations out there, I take everything at face value, but I'm not going to take it as gospel until there's something to back it up, you know? So I am really interested to see how iNabber responds to this, because honestly, his response to it will probably tell me more than anything she might say.
In my timeline, along with stuff to do with I'm Alex. So because of this, iNabber responded in his own Google Doc, and in that he shares a lot of screenshots and insight into his relationship. Her statement starts off very strong. She says, I never knew what Alex was. So she ended up correcting herself.
So I don't remember why, because obviously this is a different video than the one I watched the first time. This is the first time I've seen this video. But the one I watched the first time, something about it gave me the impression where, yes, it might have been a toxic, abusive relationship, but it could have been one of those it goes both ways things. The reason I'm so interested to see the 80 pages, I feel like it's one of two things. It's either him exposing, yeah, they were both kind of shit to each other, or two, It's him trying to use information overload to hide the fact that he was shit to her. I do now, of course, I think it's possible that it might be him exposing that she was actually the one who was shit to him, but I feel like that's the least likely possibility. I feel like most likely they were both kind of shitty to each other.
Sorry, there's a bit of confusion with my wording, so I just want to clear up that I was saying Fraser knew the type of person Alex is, and not that he knew Alex was abusing Alice. I was angry that he was making her situation about himself and acting defensive when this should have nothing to do with him. Really sorry if my words were not clear in that. So off the bat, we have it here that he didn't know what was going on with Alice.
See, like I did say the wording of some of the stuff she wrote was a little confusing. So I think some of it makes it uncertain exactly what she meant in some of those things. Pineapple's general way of giving information is to information dump. That's why his vids are so damn long. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with information dumps. I'm an information dumper myself. You know, I do that to people all the time, and then I realize it afterwards. I'm like, oh yeah, sorry about that. But sometimes information dumping can be a tactic that's used to obscure the truth.
And she admits that. And even in his own original thread, he had said that he had a toxic relationship with I'm Alex, and that he knew bad things about him, but he thought he was becoming a better person. So this seems to line up with what she's saying here. And I want to read you exactly what Einaber says about her statement, saying that he's a calculated person, manipulation and lying come easy to him, and that he's not far different from Alex behind closed doors. He says, firstly, to suggest I'm not far different from Alex behind closed doors is an absolutely wild allegation. Alex, based on texts, was regularly telling Alice to kill herself, calling her and multiple other abusive things.
Yeah, we've seen all those.
Had arguments like any other couple, but it never got to that. Now this is where we get to June 2023. This is what I'm very confused about, and I understand is a serious allegation, as she's blaming me for attempt that month. Now I know Kirsty has depression and does absolutely have real struggles that I'd never deny, but I have struggled to find any reference to that in her texts. Here's some screenshots of me searching for texts related to what I could find. In May of 2023, she went and picked things up from her old flat, and I went there after and found a note which pretty much was her saying she didn't realize at the time how she appreciated our relationship, and just in general that she had a lot of regrets. It was a really lovely letter, and in these texts he is telling her about the letter and she responds to that. He also goes on to show some screenshots from June when they weren't talking very much. Obviously at this
sounds like maybe that was a suicide note and she just didn't do the S part of it.
That there was anything particularly wrong between them besides
I'm gonna get in trouble because I said the S word on YouTube.
Nothing like what was happening between
I still think that's
and
ridiculous.
Alex. What's important to note here is that after they broke up, he says that they lived together for several months because she didn't have somewhere else to live. So obviously that would be an extremely stressful situation for
that's
both of them to be
really rough.
to have to live
But at the same time,
sounds absolutely horrific. And
that
apparently it's happening a lot more.
So that sounds terrible, but at the same time, on the surface, it only shows positively for his character. It sounds like he was the one on the lease or owned the building, at least the way she phrased it, because she didn't have anywhere else to live, you know? So, let's see what's going on.
The other day, and there was couples who were getting divorced who had to continue living with each other because the Irish housing situation is just so bad that they can't afford to move out. So
the housing situation is bad everywhere.
They're divorcing. It's absolutely ridiculous. So this is, like I said, understandably a very stressful situation for anybody to be in, and it probably did put quite a lot of stress.
How far can I go?
Text that I never shows in this document. There doesn't seem to be any indication that he was causing
all the clothes on that are clean.
In particular, just that the situation was causing her stress. And unfortunately for her case, She hasn't
Time to get
shown
into this
any
bag.
evidence of her own. She's just made somewhat vague accusations against him that can't be backed up by anything, some of which had to be backtracked on. Like I said,
Exactly.
to clarify that Einaber didn't know what was happening between Alex and Alice, even though she somewhat implied that, and that she had to confirm, no, Fraser did not physically touch me. When I say the physical implications, I mean the implications of the chronic stress symptoms. So here's the problem, and I'm not ever one to just say, this doesn't line up, this doesn't seem right. You guys know me, I try and be fair and take everything into account, but
I feel like she's gonna remark on the same things I said already.
Said some very, very damning stuff. After the allegations that came out about I'm Alex, she said that Einaber is not far off from Alex. Now,
Yeah.
what I'm Alex did was insult, berate, abuse.
She said, this guy is not far off from someone who we have a recording of him physically kicking her. Like, we don't have the video of it, but I think you can hear it. And we have video of him threatening to beat her head in with a brick. Like, holy shit. You're saying he's not far off from that guy? Like, you just need... If you're gonna come out and make a claim like that, you gotta back it up. And I understand it can be hard to find receipts because you don't want to keep memories of that type of stuff around, but it's only gonna be worse for you if you make those claims and then you can't back it up, because then you're just gonna have to relive it and everyone's gonna doubt you. I think there was audio confirmation of Alex saying he kicked her. Yeah, it's like not disputed that he actually physically struck her.
And physically hurt his girlfriend.
At least not yet. There hasn't been a statement from Alex. So this is all
Einaber is not far off from
alleged, even though we've all watched it happen.
Have dropped. The average person is going to see that and assume that Einaber was equally as. But what we found out so far is that she has confirmed he did not physically hurt her in any way, that he didn't actually know what was happening between Alex and Alice, and the only texts that have been shared or any kind of evidence is from Einaber's side, and all of those look lovely and...
I'm stripping all this stuff off my backpack because it needs to be taken outside and hosed off, and then we're gonna put it back together and try and do so with as little weight as possible, because I might be going on a long walkabout.
Normal. She has shared nothing. All that seems to have really been going on here was a very, very stressful situation. But again, to reiterate, all that we can say here is that the situation was stressful, not that he was doing anything to her like what Alex did to Alice. The only concrete accusation that she has made against him is in a TikTok. Now, I can't play the audio for you because it's copyrighted, but it's Sabrina Carpenter's Please, Please, Please. The lyrics are something like, I know you want some fresh air.
I don't know what that is.
So nice. And to that she says, maybe my ex was just channeling Sabrina when he would shut me in a room for hours, not allowed to make any noise, and would shout at me for flushing the toilet. So again, this implies that he physically locked her in a room. But according to Einaber in his document, all this actually amounts to is that when he was recording a video, he would ask her to be quiet, or if she could maybe go out and walk the dog. That was it. And that is very normal.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
I ask my girlfriend to be quiet. Because you have to. My cat meows for me when I'm in here because she wants to come in here and cuddle me. And so I've had to close the door on my cat with my girlfriend in there and ask, can you mind her so that I don't have extra noise? Can you please be quiet? Before, when we lived in a smaller apartment and I would record in the living room, I had to be like, please, please, shush, can you leave the room? Can you leave? If possible, just don't make noise. In the same way that if you live with somebody who works from home and they have a meeting, they're gonna ask you, can you be quiet because I have a meeting? That's a very, very normal thing to do. And if that's all this was, but she's trying to frame it as he's shutting her in a room and like actually her, then there is something really, really off here. And to be honest, the whole thing is not adding up. And like I said, I'm not somebody who normally doubts people on first glance, but there's nothing here. There's absolutely nothing here. And I know that sounds like a terrible thing to say, but if I can't see any evidence of anything,
Like,
then am I just supposed to assume the worst? And
exactly.
a former friend
I
of
don't
Kirsten
want to doubt
also
her.
made a thread on Twitter. Kirsty and I
But there's just the issue that there's nothing to indicate what she's saying is true.
have not been friends for a
Oh
while.
my God,
mainly
that's too loud.
silently unfollowing because she slept with my ex while we were still together, comforted me when I was heartbroken, and then did it again. I was in London
Alright.
with Alex and his editor at the time.
I've gotta
and
actually
the editor. The thread
take
has
the tent
since
apart
been deleted, but in it she was
and tape, set it up
detailing how
outside.
Kirsty
I gotta
would
sweep
often
it out.
lie about people in what is seemingly a pattern of behavior that is
So we'll do that in a
mimicking
minute.
what she has alleged.
I don't know if we'll do that
This is not to
today.
say that
The
she's
sun's
lying,
kind of going
this is
down.
what this ex-friend
We'll
is
probably
alluding
just
to.
get
So
all
to
this
be
stuff
honest,
out of
this
here.
whole situation is just a bit fishy,
And then
it
spray it
has
down tomorrow.
Unfortunately, taken attention away from the very, very serious situation that has come out about I'm Alex and his exes and the way that he treated them. As of now, it looks like Einaber has cleared his name, so unless any actual evidence comes out, that seems to be how it's gonna stay. So how about we put our focus back on the place that it matters. That's gonna be it from me for now, though. Let me know in the comments what you thought about all of this, and if you leave me a comment and let me know. Oh my god, my brain died. If you were an alien, what kind of alien would you be? I am definitely one of those watery ones, or like just like a gray or something. But I think one of those.
I am an alien.
Although I do
Be
have
exactly what I already am.
here, so you know there is that. But also please do subscribe. That really helps me a lot if you subscribe. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. In the description, you'll find links to lots of stuff that you can check out.
We'll see.
So
You got the like.
Patreon, there's
I don't
also
like
all
after
sorts of
just.
links
I
in the
mean, I don't.
YouTuber's
I
description,
like
as
every
well
video I
as
watch,
links to
mostly so I can keep track of the videos I have watched. I'll dislike them if they were bad, but 99% of the time I like.
There was
But,
some things in there that I just thought maybe didn't
also,
need to be read out.
I
They
wanna
seemed a bit personal, and I
thank
feel
the
bad
creator
the
for their
ones
effort.
that they had to be
But
aired
to get a
out.
subscription
So,
from me, you need to have like 2 or 3 good videos in a row.
As of now, it is up. He said he might delete this, but
But now that I've
so there
given
we
her a
go.
thumbs up,
Anyway, like,
you'll
comment,
probably
share,
show up in my
subscribe,
algorithm more. So
the video, and
we'll
have
see
a
what
awesome,
happens.
Wonderful rest of your day. I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, so.
I wanna.
Oh boy.
I've already heard about the most recent Dr. Disrespect updates, but I love Mudahar. I want to hear his commentary. I want to hear his take on it.
You know, the last video I uploaded, I was looking into Twitch's biggest mystery.
Right.
And boy, I didn't know that 48 hours later, the mystery would pretty much be resolved by the horse's mouth themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Disrespect and his wife, also known as the two-timing champion. And now some could consider Dr. Disrespecting what could be the age of consent, depending on where you live. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to give you guys a full follow-up into what has happened, you know, last time we looked at this, we looked at, you know, Dr. Disrespect's ban 4 years ago off of Twitch, and realistically, every single party associated with this pretty much kept quiet. Until, of course, as you all know, a couple days ago, when one user came out, the former, I believe, Director of Strategic Partnerships at Twitch, pretty much said that, yeah, the guy was messaging minors. Now, there wasn't actually any evidence, but, you know, the doctor didn't really do much to alleviate his symptoms, because he pretty much just said outright,
My big thing is I want to know if anything happens to that guy. You know, there was like so much legal mumble jumbo about how like he couldn't talk about it for years, and then this one dude finally drops the bombshell. I feel like Twitch or someone's lawyer is probably looking at going after him, you know?
Look, no wrongdoing has been acknowledged. They paid me out in full, bro. Now, we all know legalese, right? Like, you've been around this channel long enough to know we know how to peek through the legal speak. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the most legal speak I've ever heard. Now, when it comes to NDAs, I know I've signed a whole bunch of them throughout my time on YouTube and in the professional real world. And let me tell you something right now. There is no NDA in the world that says if you've been accused of talking to minors on the internet, you can't just sit on the internet and not defend yourself. You are allowed to 100% defend yourself. Now, as NDAs naturally expire, a lot of this information seems to be coming out. Now, did Dr. Disrespect speak to a minor? Yeah, according to him, he did. Let's actually read this, by the way, too, because I'm actually...
Yeah, I watch a lot of
I know that I'm making jokes right now.
Evangelina's videos
I'm making
myself.
this video,
That's
I'm
the
not
first
gonna
video
say
I've ever watched of her. That was a pretty good one.
Serious, disgusting situation where I truly believe this scumbag needs to be banned off of the platforms that he's on, because I consider him to be a danger to people that are minors. So let's read this. Hello, I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut
Oh,
the
my
BS.
neck.
As you all know, there's no filter with me. I've always been upfront and real with you guys. You know, the guy that plays a character and speaks in legalese. Okay. I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm
Mudahar's going so hard on him.
do it. So first and foremost, I want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studio. Now, for those of you who don't know, the reason why this situation has taken a very, very dark turn is that the company he owned, Midnight Society, where they were making this like NFT vertical looter shooter game, I believe it's Dead Drop, they ended up actually like basically cutting ties with him. And they straight up said,
Yeah.
we assumed his innocence and began speaking with parties involved. And in order to maintain our principles and standards
Is
as
my
on individuals,
PC gonna pause the thing?
For this reason,
It would help if I actually clicked on the... Dude, I thought his mouse was my mouse. I was like, why am I clicking the video? And it's not stopping. It's because my mouse wasn't on the video. But that was the thing for me too with the Dr. Disrespect thing. I was like holding out until there was like some kind of evidence, and then like him being dropped from his own game studio was like kind of damning evidence. But then at the same time, it still turns out to be like not as bad as everyone thought, but definitely not a good thing either, you know?
we're terminating our relationship with Guy Beam immediately. While these facts are difficult to hear and are even more difficult to accept, it is our duty to act with dignity on behalf of all individuals involved. Especially the 55 developers. Let's be fucking real. The studio's dead in the water. Without the face of the company, their game is not going to succeed. Now, obviously,
Yeah.
this is pretty scary. Now, a lot
And
of
that's
people
such a
go through
shame, right?
Situations, and I agree. There should
It's
be
like-
before we call somebody, the P word by any stretch of the imagination.
I
Obviously.
agree.
But it's kind of scary when
It's like
professional
just
relationships
because-
get cut this quickly, especially when the studio you co-founded and you are basically one of the co-owners of. when
Well,
they
hold
get
on.
cut, it's not a good look, okay?
So I do agree to some extent. I think there are too many times where people get dropped, like they just lose sponsors, they get canceled without any real evidence. Like, I think I don't want to. As far as I'm aware, I don't follow most of the gossip. It just comes to you guys, to be honest. But as far as I'm aware, like all the Russell Brand stuff turned out to be bullshit. But it's like he lost a lot of money from that, I think, because he lost certain sponsors and stuff. And it's like, no, someone was just trying to ruin his life and get some money, be famous, and they slept with him once. Like, oh, okay. So it's like, I always give people the benefit of the doubt on both sides because that shit does happen. It goes both ways. But once they say they researched it, because if they actually researched it, because that's the big question. It's like they can say they did an investigation, but half the time they don't do it. We investigated, and our investigation was, do we think he's guilty? And the answer is yes. So that was the extent of our investigation, and because we think he's guilty, well, we think he's guilty, so fire him. You know, that happens way too often. But at the same time, this seemed like a situation where they kind of went straight to the source, and they asked him, they were like, so did you do it, bro? He was like, kinda. And they were like, kinda's too close, sorry, you're gone, man.
You know, if I had these kind of allegations and like the companies that I was a part of decided to oust me and remove me, that would be a pretty bad look on my part. So let's go back to Dr. Disrespect's statement here. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society, and we made the painful decision collectively to have me step down. So here he says the team is great and everything. Bro, that was not the same statement. Those guys straight up said they believed you were innocent, and now after they looked at the facts again, oh boy, they are disgusted by these facts. So yeah, this is obviously such a...
He's really trying to save face.
Again,
that part...
They're real, and you read shit like this, they're not fucking real, okay? They're not absolutely in reality land. You can literally look at the other post and see that there's a clear discrepancy. So everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch. That's true, I wanted to know too. For the reasons outside my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that 2 former employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I cannot tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. This is where the juicy shit is. Were there whisper messages with an individual back in 2017? Yeah. Whoa, hold on. You're like Muda with an individual? Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to take you to it. This tweet's been edited a lot, okay? In fact,
it's been
version of this post said individual minor.
Yeah.
Not an individual. So, boys, let's whip out the div.
Editing it doesn't make it better. It makes it look way worse.
We can check what changed in a file. So, looking at the first post and the second post, there's been one change. The word minor got removed. Now, this is where I believe Dr. Disrespect might be completely fucking stupid. I just deleted this post and re-put it up there. This just makes you look really, really, really disgusting. Why would you remove the word minor? Like,
right?
Why would you obfuscate
that
the threshold?
It didn't even seem that bad. Like, it was bad, but it got way worse.
Were there real intentions behind
way worse?
The answer is absolutely not. So was Blood just yapping? Was that what we were...
Once he decided to edit it.
Mutual conversations that sometimes lean too much in the direction of being inappropriate. What the fuck do you mean leaned in the direction of being inappropriate? Like, what does that even mean? Okay, I've spoken to like minors who interact with me on my platform, okay? People in the community, they reach out to me. It's like, hey, Muda, I'm like in high school. I'm graduating. I want to be in cybersecurity. I want to learn about computers. What certification should I get? Muda, can you help me with virtual machines? I get messages like that, and I'll respond back to any minor in my platform, and I'll tell them stuff. Like, that's a very, 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 very key difference. That's not inappropriate at all. What is inappropriate is if you start building relationships and you start asking them to meet out with you and you start to get maybe a little too degenerate, so to speak.
Yeah.
What is inappropriate? There's like such a binary difference between appropriate conversations and inappropriate conversations, especially
for sure
when it comes to being a minor. This guy's a fucking sack of shit. At least be upfront and at least talk about this stuff. So he says nothing more, nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared, thank God. No crimes were committed. I never even met
the thing that
again, what was
really gets to me the most.
Lean too much in the direction of being inappropriate. I wonder.
Yeah.
I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear. It was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. Okay? But, like, you just admitted to talking to a minor.
I'm pretty sure he has a wife and kids and did during all this stuff too. That's the thing that gets to me.
This entire mention that I didn't even know this
Maybe
person
I'm
was a
wrong,
minor at the
and
time. Like,
I heard
he
someone
didn't say-
just
there's not
mention
even
it.
a denial in that front either. Like he didn't even say, you know, I didn't know this person was under 18 at the time I was even messaging them. And you think
Yeah, so here's a part that's like uncertain. One of the leaks from the Twitch guys, there's 2 leaks from the Twitch guys now. One of them does say that he didn't know it was a minor, but he doesn't say he didn't know it was a minor, which is honestly kind of concerning because I feel like if he did know, if he didn't, he would say that. And he's been very, very strictly legalese about all that. So I feel like he can't say that because it's not true, you know? Which is not good.
that, you know, covering a statement like this, that would be imperative if it were actually true. So that's another red flag here. Like, what in the what?
This needs to go outside, get sprayed off with everything else.
I should have never.
I need to look at the weather. What's the weather like tomorrow? Is it gonna be good for like hanging shit out to dry?
Comes and interacts with me in a dirty manner like this, it's an immediate block. Like there's not
Yes.
even a spot to think. You know, the easiest
Not
way to
even a
make
chance.
content on the internet is just not getting.
Just gotta
involved
straight
with
up
it.
deny him.
For some reason, these creators just can't understand that. So that's on me as an adult, a husband and a father. Bro, I hate this shit so much. How are you gonna write a husband and a father? Like the dude
Yeah.
cheats on his wife.
That's the thing that got me so mad when he said, as a husband and a father. I'm like, you have a wife and kids, and you're fucking talking to minors on Twitch like that with slightly inappropriate or whatever the fuck he said conversation. Well, it's gonna storm all night and tomorrow. So I guess we're not putting the tent out tonight. Look at the 10-day. Thursday might not be bad. Kinda hot. Partly cloudy. 0 inches? Yeah, Thursday's the day. Although there is a small chance earlier. Monday it looks way better. But there's about the same chance that it'll rain overnight. Either way, it's like a 10% chance. It's less than 10% either way. So we're good. I just need to spray them off, set them up to dry out.
And now he's getting caught.
So they're just covered with mud and dirt. It's been too long since I cleaned all this shit out. Needs to be done. It smells kinda. It doesn't smell bad, it just doesn't smell good, you know?
This was stupid. You know, there's a lot of dumb shit that I know people do because obviously human beings are not perfect. We all make dumb mistakes. Inappropriately talking to a minor over the internet when you say sometimes lean too much, meaning it happened more than once on plenty of occasions apparently, that's not that should never have happened. There are some things that
I guess that
should not happen. There are some lines you don't
that
cross, and when you
does
cross
sound
those
like
lines,
it's happened more
you're a
than once,
disgusting person, and this
doesn't
is
it?
one of those lines. With all this said, don't get it mistaken. I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm no predator or pedo. Are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me knows where I stand on those things and those type of people. That's a different kind of disgust that I hate even talking about. Don't even label me as the worst of the worst. Bro, what you just described yourself as It's already disgusting. Okay. Now I'm not gonna go as far and say, this guy's like the Epstein of like, Twitch.
As I was saying earlier, it's always
talking inappropriately to a minor.
the
Bro, there's no coming
ones
back from
that talk about hating it the
in my
most
opinion, he's a danger. How
that
can
end
you,
up
as a
being the
father,
closest to
make
it,
that
you know?
shit and then still try to like fucking puff your chest out and talk like this? Like, you're a disgusting freak. Okay, you're a danger to children, in my opinion, and you should be far away from them. You should be far away from interacting with any child. You should be far away from being a YouTube or Twitch streamer. That, right, in my opinion, if I was running this platform, that is the one line you just don't cross, okay? But trust me when I say this, to all my haters that live and breathe social media with zero real life experience, I don't give a shit about you. Well, I have real life experience, with the world. Am I a hater? No, I'm just really, really disappointed. I don't really have the energy to hate people. I'm just disgusted as a freak that this guy is. Statement and think I'm a piece of shit, that's fine, but I'm not going anywhere. Guy was literally talking about going on vacation, and sure, he might still be, but that's pretty much what it comes down to. So, yeah, not a good look. Not a good situation. Now, I feel like in the last few days, the amount of people that have been defending this guy, because they thought maybe the woke mob was after him for whatever reason. Bro, this is his own words. His own company ousted him. There was no mob. Like, the guy literally admitted, and I'm glad that he admitted it. I'm glad that he outright just said that he was speaking inappropriately in some cases, in certain cases, to a minor individual. So, at the end of the day,
the banners are
at the end of the
updated.
day, this is just a gross thing to be doing. And there is no defense for this kind of behavior. And I firmly believe, like, even on YouTube, like, this guy shouldn't even be streaming anywhere. Like, what is proven is if you are interacting in a negative fashion with anybody that is a minor, you are not to be trusted on any social media platform whatsoever. Now, last time we talked about this a day or two ago, I mentioned that this whole situation was weird because, this got settled in court, which paid out the remainder of the contract, which makes you kind of wonder if this had happened and Twitch had full understanding of this, why not just outright get involved with the law enforcement agencies? And sure, there's a minor involved, and maybe they didn't want to have the cops and they didn't want to have this whole like trial and traumatize a child. That absolutely makes sense the more I think about it. But to understand, I really feel like in the last 4 years, if this was common knowledge and understanding, protecting a victim is one thing. But realistically, what Twitch did and what like
I carry this in my bag.
Protect.
In case I ever run into people like Dr. Disrespect. No, I'm kidding. It's for tent stakes.
An even bigger fan base and interact with God knows what else, right? Like maybe he was talking to another person that might have been a minor. We don't know. He admitted to this instance, and statistically, it's not always just the one incident, right? At least that's my personal perception. I have no, I have no proof
No.
that this happened more than this one instance.
Statistically,
I don't trust this guy.
it's usually
And I
not
think
just
for a lot of
once.
these court
He's
cases
right.
getting settled, I think ultimately.
Ow, my
this
back.
guy For 4 years, this guy basically got to operate for 4 years until finally these NDAs started drying up, and this whole situation just started getting leaked out. Now, I think that there's way more down the pipeline. I think by Saturday, by Sunday, this whole situation will become one of the biggest things in media, like gaming history. But, ultimately, I have a lot of questions for Twitch. I have a lot of questions for Amazon.
You
If this
think so?
situation Played out the same way. If these inappropriate messages happened and a minor was
Wait.
exposed, how much guilt this whole situation will become? Trust this guy. And I think like for a lot of these, just the one incident, right? At least that's my personal perception. I have no, I have no proof to say that this happened more than this one instance. But again, I don't trust this guy. And I think like for a lot of these court cases to be settled, I think ultimately they protected this guy for 4 years.
I almost just blasted my mouse off my mouse pad with that mallet. That would have been bad. I can't afford to buy a new mouse right now.
Way more down the pipeline. I think by Saturday, by Sunday, this whole situation will become one of the biggest things in media, like gaming.
Alright, I'm gonna hold that to you. By Saturday, by Sunday.
For Twitch, I have a lot of questions for Amazon. If this situation
I feel like
the same way if these inappropriate messages happened and a minor was exposed, how much guilt falls onto Twitch? And ultimately, like, there's got to be guilt that's shared between the platform holder keeping this silent. I wonder why Twitch and Discord, while they banned him at the time years ago, why this wasn't maybe relayed to other social media services. When EDP got banned, it wasn't just a ban off of YouTube. It was a ban on TikTok. It was a ban off everything for having these kind of allegations towards him. You know, when Alex Jones got banned pretty much systemically on every single app within like a day, you know, it was because these guys talk to each other. So I'm wondering why Amazon and Twitch, I get it, NDAs, gag orders, but if you truly thought that there was this, really scary situation with this guy messaging what appeared to be a minor, an individual minor, in a seemingly inappropriate manner at times, you should have relayed this to other sites. Like, this is just disgusting behavior. And ultimately, I don't think there's any coming back for somebody like Dr. Disrespect. I think if you actually sit down and ride and die for this guy, you probably are the kind of person that should absolutely be investigated by law enforcement themselves too.
Probably.
Behavior. It's not something I would ever wanted to see, but ultimately it is what it is. The guy is gross, the guy is disgusting, and honestly, should never be respected. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen,
this is like my favorite camping implement. It's also a Bluetooth speaker. Did have a lantern that could charge things, but I don't know if that one. Alright. What's the other thing? Oh yeah, I wanted to see. It sounds like Dr. Mike's getting into YouTuber drama now too. What the fuck is this shit?
I would have to make a video like this.
A health guru claimed puffing on cigarettes is linked to longer living, but now he's
What?
trying to extinguish the controversy.
You guys hear this on Dr. Mike's podcast?
Dr. Stephen Gundry appeared on the Checkup podcast with Dr. Mike and claimed smoking cigarettes was linked to longer living.
No. I think I'm gonna tell you what happens right now. Right now. I don't even need to see what happened. I think I can tell you what happened. There you could draw a correlation between smoking cigarettes and living longer, because smoking cigarettes helps reduce stress, and people with lower stress have a higher life expectancy. I bet you that's what happened.
Stop you right there. Probably it's because he smoked that he's doing so well.
Dr. Gundry
What?
sent a cease and desist
Okay.
letter
Demanding Dr. Mike remove an Instagram clip of the interview posted earlier this month.
You're wrong.
But how?
You are wrong.
I thought it's pretty common knowledge that smoking is unhealthy and shortens lifespan, but clearly there's a story here to tell.
Okay, I thought it was one of those things where like it was gonna be a weird math or statistics science-y, haha, I'm splitting hairs type thing. But no, it's just a fucking idiot. A doctor that thinks it's healthy to smoke? I gotta hear this thing.
So let's start with the podcast. Earlier this year, I had a chance to interview Dr. Stephen Gundry, an uber popular cardiothoracic surgeon who became a New York Times best-selling author that makes some pretty controversial nutrition and health claims. I was actually really happy to have him on my show for two reasons. One, every podcast he would go on, first of all, he would get millions of views, but he would make some extreme claim with limited to no scientific backing, and the podcast host, instead of challenging it or at least approaching it with skepticism, would do the same thing every time.
It's a secret.
It's a secret.
Okay.
There you go.
Wow.
Wow. Gosh.
No, really?
No way. Wow.
This is interesting.
What?
He knew that I disagreed with some of his theories, and yet he was still open to having a debate on those topics. It's pretty rare these days, given that most people prefer the other kind of...
I gotta give the dude, even if he is an idiot,
especially if it helps their
a quack who thinks that
The podcast went pretty much as
smoking is healthy.
with one major exception. Several times throughout the interview,
I gotta
Dr.
give the-
noted that people who lived longer lives could have done so because they smoked cigarettes. I mean, I pushed back.
I gotta
on this
give the
pretty
dude
heavily
props
throughout
for,
the entire interview. It made no
going on
sense to
and
me that a cardiothoracic
having a
surgeon who
conversation.
has to know how destructive cigarettes are to our health and lifespans would somehow glorify smoking.
Alright,
To be
I think that's
clear,
everything
Dr.
out of the
Gundry
bag.
himself even stated that he doesn't recommend people to smoke.
Feels
nor does
like
he
it.
smoke himself, so the situation was just really confusing. Anyway, during one section towards the end of the interview, we got into a really heated discussion about that very topic. Our team decided to clip that section and make it into a short. And for fear of being disingenuous, we didn't cut any of the dialogue in that section. We started with smoking, we ended with smoking. In fact, here's that clip. You live longer by consuming a high-grain diet in the Leon Heart study. And you're arguing against those things.
And you live longer if you smoke in some of these areas.
But
Whoa.
that's not. It's not because if you smoke. It's in spite of smoking.
No, you're wrong.
But how?
You are wrong.
So it was kind of one of those things because it's like if you look at statistics, you can twist statistics all kind of weird ways. I can prove mathematically that ice cream causes crime. You know why? It's because like I can do an analysis of crime in an area, and I can do an analysis of how much ice cream is eaten in an area, and I can prove that mathematically, the more people that eat the more people that eat ice cream, the more crime is going to go up. And the actual real reason for that is just because it's hot outside, and when the temperature goes up, people eat more ice cream. Also, when the temperature goes up, there's more people outside, so there's more people committing crime, and there's more people to be potential victims of crime. So it's just one of those things where this guy doesn't understand causation versus correlation. He thinks that just because some people in a given area may have a high population of smokers, that's why they're living longer. No, it's like it's probably just like a rural area with less stress in general, and they don't have the stress of living in a city, nor do they have all those pollutions and toxins, so that's why they live longer or something like that, you know?
No, smoking is
The more people that eat crime, right? What's up, Polish Grapes? How you doing?
Dr. Gudger, we have to end this conversation.
The British doctor studies
Smoking
showed
is not
that
good. We need to at least end
British
smoking. It's not good.
British doctors who smoke have a 30% less incidence of Parkinson's and
Yeah,
dementia.
because they die of 10 other diseases beforehand.
This
is so problematic. Even Dr. Danielle Bellardo, preventive cardiologist, who also joined us on the podcast, was beyond shocked at the statements made. First of all, let's be clear. Smoking is a proven risk factor for cancer and cardiovascular disease, and is the leading cause of avoidable disease in
Glad
most
to hear it's good, bro.
industrialized countries. And this translates very clearly to a shorter lifespan. Even in the British doctor study that Dr. Gundry mentions in the clip, confirmed the association between smoking habits and many severe diseases, including the suspected relationship between smoking and 12 different types of cancer. The authors actually found that men who smoked cigarettes
I actually want to put this stuff back in.
died about 10
All the
years
stuff that's
younger
going
than
outside
non-smokers.
is gonna go in the bag.
60, 50,
You're gonna take it
40,
outside and spray it
30,
off. We'll do that.
gained about 3, 6,
I think it
9,
said
10
Tuesday was
years
the day.
of
If that
life
doesn't work, Thursday, something like that.
on Parkinson's, Dr. Gundry is somewhat correct. There has been some
Or the
research,
other way. It was the
including
other way
studies
around.
mentioned, that shows smokers tend to have lower rates of Parkinson's disease. But we don't
Really?
know why. Even the researchers who analyzed this study wrote very clearly. The findings of this study support the protective effects of tobacco smoking on Parkinson's disease risk. However, the results do not provide a mechanism by which this effect occurs, so it is premature to assume that there is a direct causative relationship between tobacco use and a reduced risk of Parkinson's disease.
Well, that smells
Correlation and
wonderful.
Causation. Did two things happen simultaneously, or did they cause one another to happen?
I literally
Robert Clark,
just said that
the
thing.
medical journal Neurology on the topic said current smoking is the leading cause of premature death and disability worldwide, and any such hazards would greatly exceed any potential benefits of current smoking on the risk of Parkinson's disease. But Dr. Gundry did also mention a protective effect for dementia, so let's look at Alzheimer's and dementia. I actually wonder if the Alzheimer's Society in the UK answered this question before. Oh yes, they have.
Yes, science.
Source. Let's ask the
I
folks
love
at
that
Alzheimer's
clip.
Research UK.
Yes,
They wrote,
science.
A recent review of 37 research studies found that compared
37,
to
that's it?
current smokers were 40% more likely to develop Alzheimer's disease. It's pretty clear that smoking doesn't help and really can increase the risk of Alzheimer's. But what about dementia? Well, a 2019 Lancet commission that was actually focused on dementia prevention ended up ranking smoking as third among 9 modifiable risk factors for developing dementia. Look, all this is to say smoking is not healthy. and it's actually cut millions of lives short. It should not be glamorized, and any potential associations with
I can't believe he had to make this video. This is kind of insane.
At best, it could be used for studying mechanisms of disease and improving the search for new treatments.
And the guy is suing him.
Also, may not want you to know that. Given that after I posted that clip on Instagram, his team immediately sent us a cease and desist to take down that clip. They said something along.
The guy is sending him a cease and desist for showing his own words. That makes no sense. If you don't want people to know you say something, don't say it
Along the lines of
on camera.
Look like he recommends smoking. Let's be clear. Dr. Gundry doesn't recommend smoking, but it's fairly clear he believes some live long lives because they smoke. I hope the information I just provided made it clear that's not true. What a mess. I hope the takeaway from a situation like this for all doctors, especially those on social media, is that it's okay to make a mistake. It's okay to misspeak, but it's not okay to double down on misinformation, and certainly not to use the legal system to silence those who are only interested in the accuracy of the information. Despite all
I want to
this,
see this
my
one.
battle against
This one keeps popping up.
Women's faces look weird. Uh-oh, I'm afraid. What is she, like 18?
Nikki, how old are you and how many units of Botox do you have? 41. 32 units.
32 units. Is that a lot?
Emma, how old are you? 22. How many units of Botox?
22. There's no way.
How old are you? 55. And how many units of
I feel like 55. Like, she looks pretty good for 55.
Yeah.
Okay, it worked kind of, right?
Botox do you have? 64. Lauren, how old are you? 24. And how many units of
What?
Botox?
4. That's crazy.
I have 104. I have 40 in my
I could believe that. 104. Yeah.
capacitors and 64 in my face.
Dr. Cruz, how old are you?
84.
And how many units of Botox do you have?
76.
Damn, bro. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, her face looks like it hurts.
And how many units of Botox do you have?
I have 28 in my face, and I have 25 in each of my trapezius muscles to help with migraines.
Help with migraines? Oh, I can't wait to find out this one. This one's gonna be great.
Devaney, how old are you?
23.
And how many units of Botox do you have?
60.
The only thing surprising about this is that it was only 60. Bro, like, you got a forehead as big as mine. That's
41.
And how many units of Botox do you have?
I have 56. How old are you?
33.
And how many units of Botox do you have?
128.
Where do you have that?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Well, I tell you one thing. What we learned from this is that if you are in your 20s, you don't need to be putting this shit on your face. Yeah. It's funny because, like, the women that are 40 use Botox to look 40, and the women that are 20 also use Botox to look 40. It's the same thing, but from a different direction. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what this really shows is, like, if you're getting this shit on yourself before you're, like, fucking 30, you have a mental disorder.
Oh, am I gonna? A new Ludwig. We already read the updates. I kind of, dude. Everyone, even CoffeeZilla is talking about it. Holy shit, dude! I don't even get these shorts. The only shorts I watch are this guy. I don't even know who most of these creators are, and you can't even see like who created it. Well, I know that her. That looks like Alana Pierce, right? That girl's always popping up in my shit. I think I subscribed to one of her things, one of her long form videos, but I don't know her name. But these are funny.
Oh, excuse me, sir. We got dispatch.
Just having.
Is everything okay? I have no clue what you're talking about, man. Holy crap. Sir, you have a ton of smoke inside of your house. We need to go inside and check it out. Nah, we're good. What? This isn't the first time this has happened. I assume you're here for this? Yep. It started off fine. And then it was on fire. It's definitely not going to be the last. Oh, excuse me, sir. We got dispatched here for a fire alarm. Is everything
Being a firefighter for 15 years, I find some of these pretty funny. That one wasn't that great. There were like one or two that absolutely made me.
Before the chest pain began. Well, it actually started on my 15-mile run. Wow, impressive, man. So how long you been a runner? I haven't exactly worked out in 20 years. But I needed to lose a lot of weight really fast, so I threw on a bunch of these layers in a trash bag and did it 200 feet. Wait, you have a trash bag underneath there? All right, man. I tell you what, let's go ahead and get a couple layers of clothing off of you, okay? Actually, hold on one second, man. This is my wife. Hey, hon.
Don't hun me. Are the medics there because your Forrest Gump remake didn't go well?
Yeah, it didn't exactly go the way I thought it would.
Who is she?
Who is who?
The person who you're getting fit for, Mr. Oreo Olympian. Who are you sponsored by? Haagen-Dazs? 30 years together.
So how much will it cost for you guys to not make me better? All right, so what were you doing before the chest? Copy, fire out. Let's go ahead and check for extension. Hey, Jason, can you grab a... Why is your helmet on fire?
The flames banked down from the roof and set my helmet on fire.
Really? Then why isn't anyone else's helmet on fire?
The ceiling collapsed right on top. It was insane.
No, it didn't. You stuck your helmet in a pocket of fire to char it because you thought it would make it look cool, didn't you?
Yeah.
You know you're stupid, right?
Yeah.
Good. Now go sit in the truck so I can remind you of that for the rest of your career. Copy, fire out. Let's go ahead.
There's actually that guy. There's always that guy that just wants to get his gear burnt.
I feel fine. I don't need to go anywhere. Oh, no. You had a cough earlier, man. It was really weird, dude. It was something like... I coughed twice. The water went down the wrong pipe. Wait, hold on. What are your medical concerns? I mean, he looks completely fine. He doesn't need to go down to the hospital. Hey, man, you know what? I know my patient, and I know when he's not acting normal. He needs to go down to the hospital right now. So load him up and get him going.
Crystal said, hey, are you getting rid of that patient or what? We got enough tacos, margaritas, and tequila to make me forget what century I'm from.
Nobody's leaving here until you respond. 911, did you call for a sick? 911, somebody called for a fall? Yeah, I called for him. Hi. Why are you leaning that way? One of these hooks are in my shoulder. And why is there a hook in your shoulder? Oh, he was finishing the last rep of an AMRAP WAD, butterflying into a bar muscle up when his grip broke, catapulting him off of the bar into a reverse V-up right onto that hook. I have absolutely zero clue what you just said. I fell off the bar and onto the hook. Yeah, it was this close to finish him. Yeah. So what happens now? Now we try to figure out how to get him and the meat hook of death down to the hospital together. 911, somebody called for a fall? Oh, excuse me, sir. We got dispatched here for a fire. Bam! 2 milligrams of Narcan on board. Dude, did you just slam that Narcan? Yeah, man, I've never had a problem when I slam. Is he okay? Are you okay, bro? Okay. Are you sure you... I guess he wasn't... Jeez. Oh, God. Holy chocolate milk. Okay. I'm really okay now. Wonderful. Bam. 2 milligrams. Hey, sir, did you call for a diabetic problem? Yes, but that's not exactly the problem I'm experiencing.
I want one of the good ones. There's like...
That? Well, to be honest, I didn't know how else to describe this. Did you start an IV on yourself? No. Then who did? A nurse. Because my blood sugar was low. And then he just left. He just left? Yeah, he kept saying something about a Halloween party. Hi. You forgot this. I got all the way to the party and let me stop you there. Sir, have a great day. Hey, sir, did you call for a diabetic problem? So, how long has he looked like that? Like 3 hours or so? It's like I'm staring into the sun. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get... Mike, come on, buddy, calm down. I'll help you. What do you think he did?
I've never had the naked guy, but I know stories.
Nose candy? Nah, not enough talking. And he took off all of his clothes. I'm a paramedic, see? Wait. Hey, Mike, are you being chased by wolves? You see them too? Oh, Flocka. Flocka. All right, you drop some ketamine. I'm gonna go help wrestle a naked guy. Mike, come on, on, buddy. Calm down. You know we're here to help. I can see 6 people trapped 3 floors down through my bipolar thermal tick camera. Grab a chainsaw, boys. We're cutting through some concrete. The smoke smells a lot more toxic than normal. We should probably mask up before we go down. Hey, man, what's going on? What's going on is this dude is refusing to go to the hospital. That's because I don't need you to take me down to... Hey, I'm gonna bring this back to the truck. What's up, fire guy? Hey? I can get some free smoke detectors from the fire department, right? I mean, that depends, but yeah, some places you can get it for free. Perfect. I need to get some new ones for my car. For your what? Why do you have smoke detectors in your car? You know, because if one of my smokes make it back in the window after I flick it out, those babies will let me know that the ginger mobile's on fire so I can put it out and keep cruising. I'm gonna go bring this back to the truck. I'm gonna bring this back to the truck.
I feel like he's not making these up because it's like some of this shit I've heard on calls. People just actually say the stupidest thing. You're like, people can't be that dumb. Yeah, people can't be that dumb. It's like literally just all Dr. Disrespect. I want something random. I haven't seen that yet, but I don't know if I want to watch the whole thing. It's literally all Dr. Disrespect. There's the Dr. Mike thing they took. You guys want some thumbnail bait? Google is getting worse, featuring Wendell of Level 1 Text. Google is getting worse. I want to see if they tell me what to use instead.
Since time immemorial, and now that machine is starting to malfunction somewhat, and nobody really understands how it works anymore.
The original intention was help people find stuff, and you're saying
What's up?
bad.
Google is trash, total trash. How's it going, Chonky? How you doing, bro? What you up to?
And that attention is how Google makes money.
Google is making search intentionally worse, right? At least that's what we think.
Search is intentionally worse because...
Oh, it's definitely worse.
I mean, objectively, you've used Google. You know, right? It's objectively worse. But why is it objectively worse? Is it large?
There's 2 ways.
This is Wendell, by the way, from Level 1.
3 ways it's objectively worse.
We're here at a complete...
1 way it's objectively worse is ads, obviously. You just get ad placements instead of the search results you want. The second way it's objectively worse is search engine optimization, where you have a bunch of copy pasted bullshit websites that literally just have a bunch of SEO terms in them, ads on the web page and nothing else that show up first instead of real results. And the third way it's bullshit is that now they've got AI which does the search for you. So 1, it's stealing content from those pages that it's supposed to be pushing you towards. And 2, it's like not even very good at deciding which content it steals because it's telling people to do all kinds of wrong and weird things. I'm working but bored and sad. I'm sorry to hear that. Our friend is gone this weekend and invited me, but then I was uninvited after calling off. So now I have 4 days off and no Magic Sundays. Damn. That sucks. Yeah. That's a shame. Yeah. I think Mo's gonna be gone next week too.
Completely unrelated event in
Let's do a hang.
Yep.
And the topic
Maybe. I'll have to see. I'm trying to get my shit together, kinda.
And you sent me the one.
But I'm open to the idea.
About using Elmer's glue to make pizza.
Yeah.
So that was great.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things I was talking about. It like literally Google's AI thing was telling you, how do I get my cheese to stick to pizza? So it was like, instead of like actually all the like real things you can do to try and get cheese to stick to pizza, like using less sauce, trying a different type of cheese, letting it cool longer, things like that. It was like you could just mix a little bit of Elmer's school glue into the sauce and it should stick to your pizza. And people were like, wait, what the fuck? Let's do hang. Parks are good. Chill chairs. Yeah, we could do that at some point for sure. I don't know if this is going to be the thing, but I'm planning on at some point. It might be today. I don't know. I kind of want to raid someone. I can't do that if I raid someone. I'm not sure how long they're going to stream, although I might stream longer than them. They just haven't streamed in a while. Guys, I'll just say, my friend Ms. Billy is streaming, and she hasn't streamed in a long time. So this is like the second stream she's done recently. She's live right now. So definitely go check her out. But yeah, the big thing, how many rocks should a person eat? All of them, if you can. Yeah, there's were all kinds of like weird responses that it gave to stupid things. So it's like Google is like actually really bad, and it's to the point where I don't even use Google actually, so I need to physically go to Google. Because I use I use DuckDuckGo, but I don't think DuckDuckGo is great anymore either. There's been some weird things it did lately, so I'm looking for a new Google search. But if you go and do a search for like, these are good thing these are all my phone searches. What the hell was I gonna look up? We'll just do how to make cheese stick on pizza. So now I'm sure they fixed this one for sure, and they're just not even gonna let the AI respond to it because they shut that down. But to actually get real results, it's not just ads and all this bullshit that they want you to buy and stuff. You can still do it. You just need to come over here and click this hidden button. And then, oh look, it's like Google again. My cheese slides off the pizza too easily. And by the way, I think this is where it got that whole making it stick to it. Yeah, this is the thing. This became popular. This is to get the cheese to stick. I recommend about 1/8 a cup of Elmer's glue with the sauce. It'll give the sauce a little extra tackiness and your cheese sliding issue will go away. It'll also add a little unique flavor. I like Elmer's school glue, but any glue will work as long as it's non-toxic. It's just some trolling, you know? But fucking Google AI is like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. We should tell people. How, like, I just think it's hilarious. Dude. It literally, it got deleted by Reddit mods. And that started its own little Reddit drama. People mad at the Reddit mods for removing an 11-year-old comment. Oh, what else do we do? Adding gum. There you go. That's even better, Chunky. You ever tried adding some gum to your cheese when making a pizza? Carbon footprint goes off, computing power, it's a footprint. Yeah. Yeah, but Google's getting way worse. I want to take this and get it out of my way before I continue with the video. Where's there it is. Alright. I'm going to take a I don't know when I'm gonna start it yet, but eventually I want to just leave the channel up 24/7 streaming the music I've been making. And I kind of stopped for a minute because life got ahead of me and fucked me up. But I'm working on a new one. I've been working on a new song for like 2 weeks now. But I'm one of these things that, like, streaming live again, I'll actually stream the process of just making songs. But let's see. I still don't know if I feel like there's still 1 or 2 songs I keep meaning to delete from this that I keep forgetting to do. But when I do the 24 hours and I leave it on while I sleep, I'm probably just going to like do a scene where you can probably, I'm trying to decide whether or not if I'm gonna make it so you guys can see The Office the whole time. But then I'm going to just play the music that I've been making on YouTube. Unfortunately, I don't have YouTube Red, so I can't just play it because it'll stop. But I have all the actual songs downloaded over here. And then, wow, did I just crash my web browser? No, it just all disappeared for some reason, but whatever. But anyways, then I can set a visualizer. I don't remember how. There was definitely a way to do it. There's a built-in visualizer that wasn't bad. I was looking at it the other day. Visualization. One of them was pretty good. Not that one. That one's not bad, but that's not the one I really want. Maybe we goom. I think Goom was the good one. Does Project M just only say Project M? I can't deal with that. I bet the other one is just an advertisement too. 3D Spectrum just only says 3D Spectrum. Oh no, I see what it's a literal 3D Spectrum. So yeah, we just Goom. So I think when I call it a night from now on, we'll just like leave the visualizer up when I go to sleep or something. I don't know. Trying to figure out what to do. And we'll just play the music. I'll need to make a timer that occasionally pops up with the music so people know what they're listening to. That this is all like my music I made for like streaming and stuff. All royalty free and all that jazz. Let me where the hell did the other video go? There it is. I don't know why I closed that because I still needed it. We'll just try again. Alright. Audio. Visualizations. Goom. There we go. Alright. Alright, you guys got something to watch while I take a small break. I'll be right back. We should be able to hear that, right? Pretty quiet. Let's turn it up. It's gonna be 101. I can't get it perfect. Alright, I'm gonna take my bag to a place where I can stage it to clean it. I'm gonna take a break, make some coffee while I do that, and then we'll see what I do once I get back. We gotta remember the tents inside of it. It looks light, but it's got the tent inside still. The tent's actually the heaviest thing in the whole damn bag, because it's like one of the only things that's not like made for backpacking, and everything that's made for backpacking is super light. Alright, I'll be back in a bit, guys. Gonna make coffee, take a break. bag out of the way, and I am refueled for now. I'm not sure what I do next. Can't really do anything with the stuff from the bag yet. Maybe I just put that stuff in my room. It'll go back in the bag eventually. I'll just get it out of the way for now. Alright. Well, this goes back in the bag. Kinda wanna wash this, but I'm not sure how to wash it. My sleeping bag. I'll have to look at the washing instructions. Usually those camping sleeping bags, you need to like either get them dry cleaned or you gotta take them to a commercial washer. Leg is so fucking itchy. I think I got like some minor, well that's definitely not oh. My leg's really itchy. I do think I got like some minor poison ivy or something, but that's not the spot that's itchy right now. Infected by something else, I guess. Alright. Go back to the regular.
Like, forget about AI.
Scheduled programming. Alright, let's
About AI in like 2015, 2016.
let's start this over.
And so, if you're has been a license to print money since time immemorial, and now that machine is starting to malfunction.
I kind of want to see this.
Nobody really understands how it works anymore.
The original intention was help people find stuff, and you're saying it's bad if people find stuff
immediately.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
They need to suffer a little bit.
Okay.
And that attention is how Google makes money.
Google is making search intentionally worse, right? At least that's what we think.
Search is intentionally worse because Google. I mean, objectively, you've used Google. You know, right? It's objectively worse. But why is it objectively worse? Is it large language models?
This is Wendell, by the way, from Level 1 Text. We've done a lot of videos. We were here at a completely unrelated event in Taiwan for Computex.
Yep.
And the topic came up of everyone's seen the Google AI search stuff online, and you sent me the one about about using Elmer's glue to make.
That's my favorite one.
So that was great.
Yeah, if you look at like forget about AI for a second and think about AI as Google was thinking about AI in like 2015, 2016, 2017. And so if you
I feel like I don't even need to watch this because I already know the answer. Like, yes, Google is making search worse with AI. Why gamers have turned to pirating an hour long, dude. Honestly, I don't want to watch. I'm gonna watch another streamer. We're just going to
And if I worked at it, I could probably do this one. Get a little bit more familiar with Kitching's rotations. I'm sort of winging it, and it's not going very well. So let's try this one. I also wonder if I had used Toma instead.
let me
Characters are a higher level than my characters usually are.
can I even let me just I need to do all kinds of audio setup things. Like there's so many little things I want to do to fix stream. Give me 2 minutes to send a message, and then we'll be back to the content. I could just tab over. Actually don't like have a BRB right now. I got rid of all that. All right. Sent the message. Give me a minute. All right. Steam is getting sued. I do kind of want to hear about this one. All right. Let me.
Pound fighting British courts, which is $830 million. Because digital
$830 million.
says what they're doing is illegal. She has accused Valve of shutting out any competition by forcing game publishers to sign pricing restriction contracts. Basically,
Yeah, I know about that.
the lowest price a game can be sold for on rival platforms, so other platforms can't compete by selling a game for cheaper.
Let me hear that again. I'm not sure if I understood that.
Context. The absolute GigaChad Thor explained thoroughly
Yeah.
how this lawsuit claims are insane. First off, game devs obviously can still sell their own keys for cheaper somewhere else, but a game dev can't resell a generated Steam key for cheaper because you are still using their platform and resources to download the game.
The second point is that Valve doesn't let you buy DLC for Steam games from rival platforms, which means once you own a game on Steam, that's the only place you can buy any.
Would this not be the same as a person buying a game for Xbox and then complaining that it can't be played on a PlayStation? The way
Yeah, that usually happens most places.
is different than Steam. I feel like that's the closest parallel that I can think of.
Future content for it. The third accusation is that Steam is on an excessive commission of up to 30%, meaning they
Don't
take a
sign
big
up. This one's stupid.
And also pretty much false, as Steam takes 30% only on sales made on their own platform. Steam's cut of any sales made outside of Steam with Steam keys is 0, and they don't charge for generating Steam keys.
OnlyFans takes 50%? It doesn't matter. The person signs up for it.
She says Valve is rigging the market and taking advantage of UK gamers.
Well, I think here's the reality, is that nobody really gives a fuck about this because Steam is good. The point is, if Steam
Yeah.
you lose everything, yeah, that is a big problem. I think that basically, like, digital ownership has evolved so fast, but, like, the reality is that there needs to be some sort of way that people...
I need to find my old.
In a situation like this, they're able to, like, get their stuff out of it, because it is awful.
And this
I
is
found
a
them.
valid critique of Steam.
I need to find the dongle for my old wireless headphones.
Alternative for buying games. And of
Like, don't get me wrong. The sound quality of these is amazing. But, like, trying to do more active streams where I'm, like, doing things while streaming, if I'm going to start streaming 24/7 or, like, close to it, I need to be more mobile. I need to be able to stand up and move things without potentially destroying my $300 microphone that headphones are plugged in. My first wireless gaming headset. Oh, Corsair Vengeance 2100. If I can find the dongle, these should still work fine. The sound quality won't be as good for listening to music, but I mean, since I'm back to using Spotify instead of Tidal anyways, it's not like I can really hear the difference. I'm gonna see if I can find the dongle reel. Is there like, let's watch another clip. Let's just use Asmon content to be my content while I'm not generating content. Porch pirates are getting wild. What the fuck is this?
Porch pirating is getting competitive. Two thieves try to claim the same package seconds after it was delivered.
Dude, what the fuck?
He gets a pot? The best part of it is that they talk and they act like they know each other. It's like, oh, it's this fucking guy again. Yeah, ninja looting, exactly. They take the, yeah, where's the pot? Yeah, where's the pot? Bro, he got his second place prize.
Yeah, it's the consolation prize.
See, I had the picture, right? I did my job. Hey.
No, for sure. The FedEx guy's like, not my problem. I don't get paid enough for this shit. I ain't gonna get stabbed over two dudes fighting for a package. Just want. Alright. We'll hear today's news. We already heard why Dr. Disrespect got worse.
Just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and it's now busting.
Maybe it is gonna blow up.
As a small but meaningful part of another story. Yesterday blew up right as we were uploading. Because in case you missed it, Dr. Disrespect, aka Guy Beam, he was in the news because two former Twitch employees came forward and said that his mysterious 2020 ban.
We'll see what happens.
Was over him allegedly inappropriate.
Maybe it does blow up by this weekend.
Disrespect was saying, you know, he could only say so much, but in a handful of tweets, he wrote, "This has been settled, no wrongdoing was acknowledged, and they paid out the whole contract. I didn't do anything wrong." With him then doing a live stream on Monday saying, you know, he's not going to talk about any of this, though that stream ended with him saying that he was going to take a break. With many then left wondering, you know, what is going to happen next. And literally, as we were uploading yesterday's show, Midnight Society, the gaming studio he co-founded, they cut ties with him and released a statement saying, "On Friday evening, we became aware of an allegation against one of our co-founders, Guy Beam, aka Dr. Disrespect. We assumed his innocence and began speaking with parties involved. And in order to maintain our principles and standards as a studio and individuals, we needed to act. For this reason, we are terminating our relationship with Guy Beam. While these facts are difficult to hear and even more difficult to accept, it is our duty to act with dignity on behalf of all individuals involved, especially the 55 developers and families we employed, along with our community of players." Right? Notably, that Friday evening, the date that the Midnight Society gave, that was the same day that one of the former Twitch staffers came forward. Now, of course, with all that, as you might expect, there were a lot of different reactions. Tons of people just demanding that they share the proof or the evidence that led them to this decision. But at the same time, you had others kind of confused as to why there was backlash to Midnight Society's decision, with a number of people arguing that it's pretty cut and dry. Or with gamers in the space like Nadia Amin writing in a since-deleted tweet, "I don't understand how this is even controversial. His own company said we assumed his innocence, spoke with parties involved. These facts are difficult to hear." And then writing, "Why are so many people defending a pedo?" Meanwhile, you had other big names in the space speaking out, the likes of Ninja, for example.
Did their own investigative research behind the scenes, right?
It's pretty damning.
Found enough, right? Found enough evidence to let him go from the company, right? Not administrative leave, not we'll address this later. Like,
and that was a tough decision because he kind of was the company, from what I understand. Like, not as far as like the meat of the company, but like they were banking on his involvement to make the game sell. So letting him go was like shutting off the engines and hoping you float into a port, you know?
they found something, is what I'm trying to say.
They're gonna need to find an alternative means of propulsion.
Evidence publicly, saying it's clear based on this decision they found something serious. Others also speculating that part of the reason evidence hasn't been shown is to protect alleged victims, or because if what is being alleged here is true, it involves a minor. Right, and this is other big creators in the space have noticed, like, this is such a big decision for a company like the Midnight Society to make. There's so much at stake.
And they came to the conclusion, starting with the belief of Doc's innocence, that it is better, it's more in their self-interest
to terminate their relationship with basically the guy who was going to guarantee their game was at least a little bit successful because he was going to market.
Yeah, he said that.
It's a big fucking decision to make.
He said the thing I said.
Innocent until proven guilty. It's one thing in the court of law.
But to be fair, I'm pretty sure that's the video where I got it from. I watched that one, the Ludwig, aka Mogul Mail video.
Mainstream attention with outlets like Bloomberg speaking to sources who backed up the reason behind Dr. Disrespect's ban, and all of it actually leads to Doc responding again this afternoon, saying, "Let's cut the fucking bullshit. Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now, the two former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations. I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. Also, I'll say a note here, because there's been a lot of discourse about this as well. He edited that tweet to instead say individual minor to just individual, but he then later changed it back to individual minor. But then, in the rest of his statement, he went on to call the conversations mutual and casual, saying they, quote, sometimes lean too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more, claiming nothing illegal happened, no pictures.
Why would you edit the tweet? This is the dumbest thing.
With that, saying he took moral responsibility and should have known better as an adult, but adding, now with all this said, don't get it fucking mistaken. I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm no fucking predator or pedophile. Are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me fucking knows where I stand on those things with those types of people. Fuck that. And all of that has resulted in an explosion of responses. Right? Some fans saying they stand with him. Meanwhile, elsewhere there was a lot of attention to him editing in and out minor. Meanwhile, Robert Bowling, aka 402, the Midnight Society studio head, he tweeted, "This is a statement for me personally. It does not reflect any of my companies and has not gone through any legal or PR approvals. If you inappropriately message a minor, I cannot work with you. Period. I promised to only act on facts, and I did." And of course, there's been no shortage of other commenters chiming in. Zon Piker saying he Dr. Disrespected the age of consent, and Moist Critical responding, "That's actually shocking. Confirming messaging a minor inappropriately but saying there wasn't any real intent is almost verbatim what people used to say to Chris Hansen." As well as another aspect we're already seeing are more people cutting ties. With, for example, Turtle Beach now appearing.
Wait.
All of that has resulted in an explosion.
I want to see the thing.
"I cannot work with you. Period. I promise to only act on facts." Saying he Dr.
The Chris Hansen.
Consent, and Moist Critical.
Wait, I kind of want to see the. I kind of want to see the Hassan. Comes out and admits he was DMing. Yeah.
Disrespected the age of consent, and Moist Critical responding, "That's actually shocking."
The funny thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if Hassan got caught doing that shit either. He's into some weird.
Confirming messaging a minor inappropriately but saying there wasn't any real intent is almost verbatim what people used to say.
Yeah, there wasn't any real intent, right? It's like, how can there be no intent if you sent the messages? Like, maybe sending one, but it sounds like there was a pattern over a period of time. We've all sent like one weird message that we regretted, not necessarily to a minor. That definitely makes things extraordinarily eye-raising, to say the least. But what makes it the fact that you can't claim there wasn't any real intent is the fact that there was multiple messages. You know, I could kind of see that if it were like one message. He was like, "Yeah, man, you know what? It was a moment of weakness." We're talking a pattern of weakness here. At that point, there is definitely intent. You don't just not send messages you don't intend to act on. You don't send messages you don't intend to act on. There we go. There was an extra negative in there.
For example, Turtle Beach now appearing to have removed all of Dr. Disrespect's merchandise from their site, including from their partners section. Seemingly all previous links to Dr. Disrespect products now take you directly to the homepage of Turtle Beach. But like I said earlier, who knows if even more is coming? We're waiting to see. And of course, in the meantime, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts with all this? And while you leave that comment or you're sitting back trying to take in everything we just talked about, I gotta say, hey, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, you daily
Thank you.
into the news, and today
I think it's over for the doc.
so far. I'm gonna try to make it consumable for you. So you sit back, maybe hit that like button, otherwise we'll punch you in the throat. Let's jump into it.
Like, it's one of those things that it's really hard to
I never knew if this day was gonna come. After nearly 12 years on the run, after so many
personally
Julian Assange is
say anything. I actually saw something about that. I really want to hear about this. So I paused it. It's hard to personally say anything with the whole Dr. Disrespect thing, not having seen the messages myself. But I think it's pretty clear he's kind of finished. At least for a while. He's gonna need to look into other ways to support his family for the meantime.
The founder of WikiLeaks making a deal with U.S. authorities and flying to a U.S. courthouse in Saipan for the final steps, with it notably being one of the most remote U.S. courthouses in the northern Mariana Islands, which is close to Australia and also isn't in the continental U.S., which Assange doesn't want to risk going to. Right in there, Assange will be pleading guilty to a single felony count of illegally obtaining and disclosing national security material, which is far less than the 18 counts a grand jury originally slapped him with. And barring the judge there deciding to ignore the plea deal, which is very rare, he'll be sentenced to 5 years, which is about the same amount of time that he served in a British prison while he was fighting an extradition to the U.S., which means that he'll be credited with time served and set free. Right, and while a lot of this may come as a surprise to kind of everyday people, we've kind of had hints that this could be the conclusion for a while now. Right, earlier this year, the Australian government said the case needed to be concluded, the Biden administration saying it was open to a quick resolution, with that then apparently kicking off negotiations for a plea deal. And considering Assange had already spent more time in prison than most people who were convicted of a similar offense do, it seemed pretty obvious to just let him go. Right, and also keep in mind, that's just time officially in a prison, right? Because before that, he was effectively locked in the Ecuadorian embassy for 7 years. You know, with this, overall, the Australian government's very happy with the news. The Prime Minister Anthony Albanese tweeting,
"The case has dragged on for too long. There's nothing to be gained by his continued incarceration, and we want him brought home to Australia."
And that is apparently the plan. After the hearing, he's set to go to Australia. Though notably, here in the States, there's been a mixed reaction, let's call it. Right, you've got former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper seeming to be happy with the plea deal, saying that Assange has sort of paid his dues already, with one caveat, saying, I think another issue here, speaking on behalf of the intelligence community, is you can't have a system where people on their own unilaterally decide, well, I just think it's okay to expose all this classified information when they've made a commitment to protect it. That, to me, is a very important principle to bear in mind here. But again, where I began, I think justice is served. Though there, you have people saying, well, the issue is that Assange didn't make that commitment. Right, noting instead, Chelsea Manning had made that commitment before she leaked it to Assange, so he wasn't beholden to that standard. Which is also why we've seen civil rights groups like the Electronic Frontier Foundation and its head of civil liberties saying, the United States has now, for the first time in the more than 100-year history of the Espionage Act, obtained an Espionage Act conviction for basic journalistic acts. These charges should never have been brought. You know, with that, for years, the U.S.
I agree
that Assange and WikiLeaks went too far, saying they went beyond normal journalistic investigations, and arguing instead they put out information they knew would be dangerous to U.S. service members and national security. But again, barring some sort of thing with the judge, Assange is headed home.
So here's my take on it. There's, as most things in life, a balancing act, right? There is this thing called the I'm kind of far away from the let's just turn that shit up a bit so I don't have to worry about that as I'm moving around. But as in most things in life, there's this thing, it's a gray area. There's this thing called the Society of Professional Journalists, I think, and they have like 4 pillars of journalism, and one of them is do no harm, right? So that's the maybe the retired director of the whatever was kind of right there, because if you're about to post an article that has sensitive information in it that could seriously hamper the nation's military's ability to protect the people, then you're doing harm, you know? So I do think there should be some avenue to punish individuals who harm people through their quote unquote journalism. But that being said, I am one of the most staunch First Amendment's free speech advocates you'll ever meet. And as far as everything I've seen on the Julian Assange case, there's absolutely no way he should have ever gone to jail for any of that, at least not in the US, because he was just doing what journalists are supposed to do.
Though his wife also claims even that's not going to be easy street. Tweeting Julian's travel to freedom comes at a massive cost. Julian will owe $520,000 US, which he is obligated to pay back to the Australian government for the charter flight, saying he wasn't permitted to fly commercial flights and saying any contribution, big or small, is much appreciated. And then, you'll trust me when I tell you that heart health is not something to mess around with.
Damn. That's an expensive charter flight. Holy shit. I feel like that's just them trying to dick him over because they can't send him to jail for life. They're like, well, we can't ruin your life, so we're gonna stab you in the gut one more time before we set you free. We're gonna make you buy a $590,000 plane ticket. Holy shit. Or whatever it was, 560, whatever it was. No one should have to pay a 6-figure plane ticket to get home after being set free from jail, after being unjustly jailed.
And use code DeFranco. That's getsuperbeets.com, code DeFranco. And then, it's been 2 years since the Supreme Court killed Roe v. Wade. And as we get more distance day by day from that landmark decision, we're starting to see the real world impacts. With now one of the most shocking coming from a new study out of Johns Hopkins, right? And they looked at infant mortality in Texas, which is a state, by the way, that is home to 10% of all women of reproductive age in the United States. And the data showed that between March and December of 2022,
Well, yeah, because it's like 10% of the landmass of the United States.
meaning that there were 216 more deaths than expected during that time, with the main reason being that the state's 6-week limit on abortion is well before tests are done to detect fetal abnormalities.
Don't get me wrong, I love Phil DeFranco, but like, his liberal lean is so obviously clear sometimes, because he just says like the most brain dead things that only a Democrat would say.
Which is also why the number of babies born with birth defects in Texas spiked 23%. Meanwhile, there's a 3% decrease everywhere else. What makes those numbers even more disturbing is that many women know months in advance that their baby will likely or certainly die.
Knowing that your child is going to die and planning your child's funeral before your child's even here is insane.
But these women usually have to wait until their own lives are in immediate danger, like for example from an infection, before any doctor is willing to perform an abortion. And even then, the physicians are extremely skittish about it, because they know that they'll face life in prison if they accidentally run afoul of the law. Which is why Texas only records 5 abortions a month now, and that's also why a group of women who suffered serious complications during pregnancy.
I think it's absolutely
just too vague about when an abortion is medically necessary. But there, we saw the all-Republican state Supreme Court unanimously rule against the women less than a month ago. And a month before that, Florida's 6-week abortion ban went into effect, tightening its previous 15-week ban and closing off a major refuge for women in the South. Now, with that said, while the number of abortions in states with bans has plummeted to near zero, the average number nationwide actually hasn't changed, according to estimates. In fact, if anything, it may have actually increased slightly in the year following the Supreme Court decision. And that because women are taking abortion meds through the mail or traveling to other states with looser restrictions. So that's not to say that the bans haven't stopped women from getting abortions that they would have. Right? In the 14 states where total bans are in place, one report estimates that there would have been 120,000 more abortions between July and September last year. With one of the biggest reasons a number of women have it is that lots of people simply can't afford.
I hate that argument, especially when a Democrat makes it. And I hate having to make this because it makes me sound like a conservative, but I'm not. It's just most news media is liberal leaning. That's just, it's always been that way. That's why NPR is like the most popular talk radio show. It's a liberal leaning radio show. That's why like The View is the big like woman's talk television show, a liberal TV show. You know, it's just one of those statistics that if you know, you know. Liberal news media does better for whatever reason, statistically. So that's why, like, all the time, whenever we're talking news, it makes me seem like a conservative, even though I'm not, because we're mostly have to confront liberal bullshit. Like, we'll definitely confront conservative bullshit when we encounter it, but we're not listening to a conservative news source right now, you know? And I hate this argument that, oh, well, there's no point in banning abortions because people are just gonna go and get abortions anyways. Well, then there's no point in trying to ban guns either because people are just gonna go and get guns. And don't get me wrong, I think a woman should be able to get an abortion if she needs one. But I just don't like the hypocritical arguments is my thing. It's like, at least have some principle, you know?
Or to travel because of the sheer distances involved. Right, over 700 counties are more than 200 miles from the nearest abortion clinic now. And in southern counties, that number climbs above 700 miles. So one, interesting and important information in its own right. And two, it's going to be very interesting if this becomes a topic of debate come Thursday. Because yeah, if you are not aware because you've actively been trying to avoid it, which hey, I understand, the first Biden-Trump debate is set for Thursday. So
I don't care about those debates at all.
We're going to talk about what's going down in Israel because their Supreme Court just made a big move.
It is interesting to know.
Israel military service is compulsory for pretty much all Jewish men and women. Though the notable exception there is Jews. They've actually been exempt since the founding of Israel way back in 1948. Well, that's long been a source of tension and growing special treatment. It's only grown since the start of the war in Gaza. Right? Because when we've been studying the Torah, tens of thousands of reservists have had to serve multiple tours and hundreds have been killed. But now Israel's Supreme Court said that's done. The court's judges ruling that the country must begin drafting ultra-Orthodox Jewish men into the military. Writing these days, in the midst of a difficult war, the burden of that inequality is more acute than ever and requires the advancement of a sustainable solution to this issue. With that, finding that the state was carrying out, quote, invalid selective enforcement representing a serious violation of the rule of law and the principle according to which all individuals are equal before the law. And going even further to say that the government could no longer provide subsidies to religious schools if they enrolled students who were doing their military service. And one of the big things here is that Israel
Remember that, Phil. The rule of law. And that's all I'm gonna say. I love it when liberals talk about the rule of law, because man, they don't like the rule of law most of the time.
A big problem for Netanyahu. Right? Because what was once a small ultra-Orthodox minority in Israel has grown into a community of over 1 million people, making up more than 12% of the population. And with that, politically powerful ultra-Orthodox parties are key partners in Netanyahu's coalition.
I forgot I was looking for the dongle for this.
Stated old claims that their religious studies are an important part of Israel's defense. With in fact one government lawyer arguing before the court saying that forcing ultra-Orthodox men to enlist would, quote, tear Israeli society apart.
Wait. Did I hear that right? The closed captions suggest that I heard that right.
Community of over 1 million people making up more than 12% of the population. And with that, politically powerful ultra-Orthodox parties are key partners in Netanyahu's governing coalition. So what we've seen is in response to this ruling, ultra-Orthodox leaders have restated old claims that their religious studies are an important part of Israel's defense. With in fact one government arguing before the court saying that forcing ultra-Orthodox men to enlist would, quote, tear Israeli society apart. And so now there's a real possibility.
Okay, but I want to hear the justification of how studying religious texts is going to help defend the country. I'm open to the idea. Just explain it to me.
Lead to new elections at a time when his popularity has plummeted. And while Netanyahu has called for legislation to continue the coalition together, that plan risks alienating other members of his coalition instead, especially as there's rising public anger over the failure to reach a deal and return the hostages. And to that point, Netanyahu's actually now facing backlash from hostage families for comments he made this weekend dismissed the ceasefire proposal backed by Biden, with one family even trying to put pressure on him by releasing a new video showing the kidnapping of 3 Israelis by Hamas on October 7th, including an Israeli American. And with that, what Netanyahu said is that the intensive phase of Israel's offensive in Gaza will end soon, and that he would only accept a partial ceasefire deal. With the big thing there being that it's only to direct more resources to the border with Lebanon, right? Because you have the U.S. now warning Hezbollah that it won't be able to stop an Israeli attack. And of course, you have Netanyahu saying again that Israel would continue its offensive in Gaza until Hamas is destroyed. And in fact, since he made those comments, we've already seen
Man,
airstrikes and tanks pushing further into Rafah. All while experts are
Israel's literally on the warpath.
and so there's a lot of different things at play here, but they're all interconnected, which gives it this feeling of it keeps growing and growing, but also it could be built on a house of cards. But ultimately, time will tell. And then in some heavily requested international news, let's talk about Kenya, right? Because the protests against the government there have hit a whole new level of intensity, with police opening fire on demonstrators trying to storm
Holy shit.
parliament, multiple deaths now being reported, and part of the parliament building actually ending up on fire. Hell, even the country's ceremonial mace was stolen, with Kenyan lawmakers
What the fuck?
escaped through an underground tunnel. With all that, where we stand now is at least 5 people have been confirmed dead, according to Amnesty International. And while that number still could change, the thing we know for sure is what these protests are about. Right? It's about a piece of legislation dubbed the Finance Bill 2024. It was introduced in Kenya's parliament back in May, and today the parliament actually approved it, moving it through to a 3rd reading, with the next step after that being for the president to sign it. What the bill would do is basically expand the definition of taxable income, increase excise duties and value-added taxes, and introduce new income tax categories.
Oh boy.
The aim being to raise $2.7 billion in additional tax revenue to cut debt and reduce borrowing. But of course, with this, critics say that it's the corruption and greed of politicians that have weakened the country's economy, and that ordinary people shouldn't have to pay the price, especially as Kenyans are already dealing with a cost of living crisis. And this also as the president has already implemented a number of very unpopular taxes, right on everything from gasoline to wheelchair tires, bread to sanitary pads. And notably, those changes coming under pressure from the IMF. Right? So the protests and the clashes, they've been ongoing since the bill was first announced. So of course, over the last week or so, things have really heated up. And this is the government has actually made some concessions those new taxes on things like cooking oil, car ownership,
Oh, my back.
actions. But obviously that hasn't been enough to satisfy protesters, which brings us to the violence today. And also a key thing to keep in mind is that the crackdown has been against more than
Okay.
storming Parliament, with in fact at least one person dying of a gunshot wound during last week's protest. And rights groups saying that
Damn.
200 other people were injured before today. And actually, Alma Obama, the half-sister of Barack Obama, was tear-gassed by police during an interview with CNN live on air today.
Young Kenyans are demonstrating for their rights. They're demonstrating with flags and banners. I can't even see anymore. They're being tear-gassed.
With Amnesty International reporting that there were 21 abductions and disappearances by uniformed and non-uniformed officers over the 24 hours leading up to today's protests. And so in response to that, ambassadors of 13 embassies in Kenya, including the U.S., have issued a joint statement saying they are deeply concerned by the allegations and calling for restraint on all sides. But for now, all we've actually
Wow.
seen is the Kenyan president stepping up the crackdown, with him even deploying the military to help police deal with, quote, treasonous protesters. And then, traveling abroad is great, but the costs add up. You know, that text plan itself, they offer you an international data plan, and they're expensive at $10 a day. And did you know that those plans are throttled with them off at .com/Phil? But then, for this next dive into the news, we actually have a special guest.
Where does this go?
Last weekend before I switched offices. And then, so if you're watching the Philip DeFranco show from outside of America, you may be shocked to learn that American retirement is a weird thing. Like, yeah, technically, when we make it to retirement age now, we can start getting the Social Security that most of us paid into our entire working lives. But really, the vast majority of Americans near retirement age think that the system will just run out of money by the time you retire. So now, one of the most common retirement plans are 401ks. But the thing there is there's now a growing sentiment that these plans may have actually set us back. Right? Because before their implementation in the early 80s, retirees instead relied on Social Security, private investments, and company pensions. And those pensions are something that a lot of retirees today look back on with jealousy. But also, with this, you may wonder, well, what is a 401k? Well, without a doubt, pretty much every adult American has at least heard of it. There's probably a lot of people who don't really know what it is. See, it actually gets its name as part of the tax code.
401,000. Oh.
Your company possible investment portfolios to choose from. And the good part is that as long as you're paying into a 401k consistently throughout your working career, you'll end up with a good chunk of change by the end of it. Oh, some companies even offer a match, which means that for every dollar you put in, they'll put in $1 up to a certain percent. Right? And common schemes are things like a 5% match, so you invest 5% of your pre-tax income, and the company also puts in 5% for you. If a company offers a match, it's often considered one of the best investments you can make because it's literally a 100% return. Now, 401ks, they do have limits on how much you can set aside every year. Or like you can't just put in 50% of your income into it and then just make a crazy amount of money that way. You also can't easily access the money before you retire outside of a few niche scenarios without serious penalties. For example, let's say you really want to take 10 grand out for a new car. That ends up being very likely a dumb move because on top of automatically being taxed at the highest tax bracket, the money is also subject to like a 10% fee. So you'd really need to take out nearly $20,000 to even get half of that in cash. But that's not the case if you take the money out after 65, which is why these are known as tax advantage accounts. And so all of that sounds pretty good. So where's the drawback? Well, the first big one is that not every company offers a 401k. Currently, millions of Americans lack access to any company-backed retirement plan and instead would need to use something like an IRA or Roth IRA. And that's assuming they even plan for retirement at all. And then with places that do offer 401ks, they may not offer a match. But then even if they did all that, a lot of employees are actually stressed about 401ks because it requires some kind of active participation. You need to choose which of the investment portfolios your company offers to go with. And as you get closer to retirement, the weight of it all really begins to hit you. Think of it this way. You need enough set aside to maintain about 80% of your pre-retirement income to maintain. Someone $80,000, like $1 million in retirement. And of course, the later you start, the harder it is. And that assumes, of course, you even start. Because the reality is that a lot of Americans, especially those with lower incomes, they just can't spare the money for retirement because they need it right now. They don't save. In 2022, the median retirement account from the 20th through the 39th percentile was just at $20,000, and that's not a lot. And actually, what ends up happening to this group and those slightly above and below them is that their 401ks instead turn into emergency savings accounts. Right? They'll just take the tax hit and penalties to get this money when they reach. And actually, choosing which portfolio also comes with the stress of what if. Like, what if you choose poorly and it doesn't grow to what you want? Or what if there's a crash like there was in 2008 when many Americans lost on average 25% of their 401k? Statutory work is not really another option in the workplace. It's 401k nothing. Meanwhile, compare that to our parents or grandparents where things like pensions were far more common. Nowadays, those plans are reserved almost exclusively for union employees, although they're also disappearing at the pace. And the reason some are looking back at pension plans with jealousy is that they offer some unique benefits, especially guaranteed income. Right, with a pension, the company works on your behalf and pays into a plan and in return offers a flat pay as a source of income where the amount is known and relatively stable. And it's also protected an employee from themselves. What I mean by that is, let's say you start working your career at 25 years old. Well, most 25-year-olds, they probably don't realize how important starting to save for retirement is at that age. So they don't. But with a pension plan, that money's already being put aside. So that brings us to the question of, well, why was there a switch to 401ks if pensions are now looked back at so fondly? Well, pensions, those also have some serious drawbacks, with probably the biggest one being, well, what happens to some things are more likely if a company is beholden to a large pension fund as they promise guaranteed payouts. And as a matter of fact, the entire reason 401ks even first came about was because Congress passed a law in 1978 that gave employees a voluntary tax-free way to fund their retirement. Or you're pretty much stuck within a job or the work sector covered by your union if you want access to that pension, whereas the 401k that can be transferred around. And in the cases where 401ks can't roll over due to the job not offering a 401k, they're allowed to still move that cash to a tax advantage like an IRA. Additionally, for the employees who are actively monitoring their 401k, there's something to be said about the ability to have some control over where the investments go. But also, the reality of all this is that despite everything, 401ks were never meant to be an end-all retirement. They were actually supposed to be part of a so-called three-legged stool. That phrase first coming about when President FDR was pushing for Social Security as one of the three legs of retirement along pensions and private investments. Right, so ideally, there would be a situation where someone not only has access to a 401k, but also a pension as well as Social Security. What's really interesting is that the scrutiny over 401ks, it's not necessarily a left or a right issue, which is something I feel like we don't often see in today's age. When they first gained widespread popularity during the Reagan years, his administration tried to kill them before losing in court. And it took years for the right to heavily embrace them, and they have, whereas the left has been upset at the loss of pensions. But over the last few years, there's been another shift on the right as more and more low and middle income families struggle to retire. In fact, so much so that former President Trump's former economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, has teamed up with progressive advocates on new legislation in front of Congress to address the retirement crisis. The proposal is called the Retirement Savings for Americans Act, and it would start a federally run 401k program for the Fed contributions up to 5% of your income. This has been some pushback because it's unfair towards private 401k plans. But I also don't think any hedge fund managers, hell, even the chairman and CEO of BlackRock, one of the biggest firms in Wall Street, has suggested companies ditch 401ks, and writing to investors that moving away from pensions towards 401ks has made them, quote, from financial certainty to financial uncertainty. It's also driving income inequality. Where the top half of American earners, especially a third or so, leverage their incomes to their 401ks in order to drive long-term wealth. Whereas the bottom half, they just can't do that to the same degree, leading to people working longer and longer in order to get more years to put more money aside. But with this, unless there is some fundamental change in how society tackles retirements, the reality is that 401ks are here to stay. With that in mind, if you have access to one, put money into it, especially the younger you are. And yes, I will say, there are risks involved. But the other option is not really having that is arguably a lot worse. Then finally, today, let's talk about your comments on yesterday's show, right? Comment commentary. Starting off with one of the most popular comments on yesterday's show about the whole Mr. Beast scandal. With local men saying, imagining Mr. Beast's fall from grace being a result not of greed or hustle culture, but from defending his friend is as bemusing as it is absurd. Y'all need to leave Ava be already. I think my favorite take from the situation is, you're a parent, quit being pissy about trans people being parents. You're your own kid already. Be a good example. I will say, I love that 90% of the controversies are like, can you believe what he did? He built wells for people who need water and helped people fix their eyes and ears. So
I do think it's kind of insane how much people hate on Mr. Beast.
Disgusting. He's publicly defended
And Ava, I believe, was her name.
Can you believe
It's
it?
like,
I really do want to say, I do respect that Jimmy speaks up for Ava when things get bad. I agree with David Campbell, who said Jimmy actually doesn't need to defend Ava. He's choosing to. That's why I respect him. He's standing by his oldest friend who hasn't done anything wrong or hurt anyone. Right? Because the business decision here would be to just let things play out with no input from you, not risk the mob coming for you when you've built out an audience of everyone. And you can say, yeah, well, he's protected. He has such a big audience. But I mean, just look out there. The culture war is raging. Not only do you have something that is big, you have a lot to lose. And the fact that he's choosing a friend and a human first, I think, is admirable. We can only hope that is the worst of the controversies that our favorites experience. But then I gotta say, there was also a lot of conversation around our disability story. And luckily, most of it wasn't about what I said about your sweet, sweet mother. Instead, we got comments like that from Tay Maddie, who said, in South Carolina, that disability is super backed up. My son is on disability, but we have never gotten a check and are number 14,000 on a list to even get any help. With another one of you, through the Social Security process, our lawyer told us, okay, everything looks great, you'll get denied, and then we'll start and do it again. And we were like, oh my God, do we have errors in our paperwork? Did we do something wrong? And they said very matter-of-factly, oh no, they deny every application the first time and most likely a few times to really make sure you seriously want and need it. I appreciated the honesty, but it felt like a huge punch in the gut with what we were already dealing with. The most surreal part? The judge was one of the kindest people ever. She only asked a few really compassionate questions and just said, yeah, it's all in the paperwork, nothing more to be said, and bam. Years of papers and voicemails and terrifying denials for that 10-minute process. With others saying they experienced the exact same or similar things. Though one of the more troubling comments I saw was, I was born with spina bifida. I can't walk or stand for longer than 30 minutes at a time. The state of Kentucky said there are 0 jobs in America that I can do. They still will not give me any SSI because I went to college. I'm 43 now and things for my body have only gotten worse. But that, my friends, is the end of Wednesday morning.
well, that was a bunch of dour stuff. I need something else to listen to. I still haven't found the damn dongle, so I'm like stuck. And it's slowing me down. I don't know, like, I don't understand why it throws half of this shit in front of me. Half of this shit is stuff I'm never gonna watch. I think part of it is because, like, a lot of it is I just Google search stuff you guys tell me to look up and watch, or YouTube search, so YouTube actually has no idea what my own preferences are anymore. I do have to click this though because it says giggity.
Farmers use wolf spiders to control pests. Or you can pay $25 and have a rodent named after your ex and fed to an animal.
Yeah, there's no point of reference for that one though.
Oh, I've seen those crabs before. Those are the crabs that ate Amelia Earhart.
Side of this camera lens, we're going to talk about some things today that are very mildly very mildly, perhaps. Interesting. The first one is about getting your head yanked off.
What the hell? Does the body experience the loss of a head, or does the detached head experience the absence of the body?
I've always wanted to know this, but here's the deal. There's actually been, let's let it run. I'm already going off on tangents.
I believe the head would experience the absence of a body. Our perception, all of our well, not all of our, one of them is everywhere, but most of our perceptive organs are focused in our head. And so regardless of what the seat of consciousness is, I mean, I guess technically if the seat of consciousness were in the chest and the head were severed, then the consciousness would immediately cease to perceive anything. But the body itself would still perceive the head having a lack of bodiness, because all of our perceptive organs besides our skin are focused up here.
Were all the rage in 18th century France, and they actually ran a test for this.
Okay, I think he's about to talk about what I was going to talk about, where they they used to study it because they did so many decapitations back in the day.
Let us watch the video.
You completely legal in France until 1981, with the final legal beheading in human history in 1977, just about 50 years ago. At the height of the French Revolution in 1794.
That was the last legal beheading?
77? I mean, I don't think he's lying. Would a TikToker
1977?
Would a TikToker lie to you?
The 7 and the 9 up?
You know what's absolutely insane is that they literally used to just people would gather around and watch people's head get chopped off. It's so insane. And
I mean,
part of me wishes we brought that back.
Before they had drama YouTubers,
I think it would set a good precedent just for people to not around so much.
They had town killings.
Antoine Lavoisier was convicted of tax fraud and also of lacing tobacco with water, sentenced to public execution by way of beheading. As a final
wait.
God damn, that tax frog don't play back then. Tax frog, I meant tax fraud.
When the punishment doesn't match the crime.
Lacing tobacco with water, town square beheading. Thanks for coming out, dude.
If you could run an experiment with his execution, for science. Man, that is some hardcore dedication. Imagine being on death row and being like, you know what? Let's test something out. Before his execution, he tells his servants that he would try to blink as much as he could.
That's what it was.
Got chopped. So he gets guillotined, and his servants reported that his head actually continued to blink for 15 seconds after decapitation. So that's myth confirmed, right? The detached head must continue to experience consciousness with the absence of the body. I mean, it seems pretty obvious. The head is where the brain is, but doctors at the time claimed the blinks were merely involuntary muscle twitches and had nothing to do with consciousness. But then in 1905, Dr. Gabriel Boriot observed another decapitated head after an execution in Orleans, France. He realized it too was twitching, but when he called out the beheaded man's names, the head's eyes moved and stared directly into the doctor for about 30 seconds. Blinking, sure, we can let that slide, but eyes looking directly towards someone calling your name sounds a lot more like consciousness to me. Scientists even say that a decapitated head technically has enough oxygen stored for metabolism to continue for at least 10 seconds.
Sure.
So
yeah.
It seems like it's possible that a decapitated head might actually live out its final seconds of life as a standalone head before fading away.
Yeah.
What would you do during that time?
I think that,
I was just gonna say, as an EMT, I can tell you that once your heart stops, there's about 30 seconds worth of oxygen in your bloodstream for you to keep living. Now, obviously, the head is a small portion of your body, which has a smaller blood to surface area content than a lot of other areas, and also requires a lot more blood than other areas. So it makes sense that with just the head, it would burn through that available supply quicker. And again, I could be citing a different study too, which shows a different number, but basically there's 10 to 30 seconds worth of consciousness after you've been dealt a lethal blow, usually.
Yes, probably, right? I mean, all of your higher functions come from your brain. Like consciousness, everything. So like
If there's still some circulation going on.
It's the perception organs too. It's not even necessarily just the higher functions. It's where we perceive. You don't hear from your toes.
in an instant, but there's, like you said, some residual. It's like that main severed cut where, like, you probably don't even feel that. Like,
excuse you?
I don't know. No, obviously, but you can hypothesize.
I mean, someone knows. Lots of people know. A bunch of them were French. They just can't tell us.
They were still chopping people's head off in public in France.
What?
Imagine like today, we'd be like, oh, what are we doing? We got to fit lunch in at 12:30. We got a public execution at 1:30. We got to get to. Just we're like head downtown, like dressed in our Sunday's best, gather around with cabbage and potatoes, throw people, I'd get chopped off into a basket and just go on a whole day. That goes so hard. That's crazy. We don't stand for tax fraud around here. Or lacing nicotine with water, whatever the hell that meant. Here we go. Oh,
Yeah.
Just careful, there's a spider. You guys.
No! I only get the warnings, not him.
Me after learning about bog spiders.
So cranberries are hollow, which means one very cool thing. When you go to harvest them, you can just flood your field and they float to the surface. Yes. And that is what this...
I could see getting in trouble for lacing water with nicotine. Because that could be dangerous and even deadly, because like pure nicotine will just make your heart explode. But I can't figure out how lacing nicotine with water is a crime. Unless it was like some sort of like, he was diluting it to cut it and like save on cost. I don't know.
So I googled them and this came up. This cute little guy. This is
anyone who's played Super Mario 64 knows what a bog spider is, okay?
No, after more research, I believe she is talking about a very strange phenomenon on cranberry farm. So some cranberry farmers use wolf spiders to control pests in the field. And when they flood the fields, all of those spiders run to the tallest thing around, which is you. A cranberry farmer said, nah, man, you're gonna have like 100 wolf spiders trying to climb your eyebrows. You gotta be chill. Those
Please don't show video of this.
wolf spiders are fellow employees. Yes, wolf spiders do bite, and yes, I am now terrified of going to a cranberry bog.
Like, who's fucking going to a cranberry bog anyways? Like, oh man, I was definitely gonna go to that cranberry bog next week, but I guess not anymore.
Definitely some bougie people.
I don't know why I yelled you right next
Isn't that kind of a Massachusetts thing?
Cranberry bogs? Yeah. Where are cranberries harvested? Oh, wait. Just 5 states grow almost all of the country's supply of tart berries. Wisconsin, okay. More than all of cranberries in the United States. So Wisconsin's the biggest one, but Massachusetts harvests another third, in New Jersey, Oregon, Washington. All right, so Mass is the second biggest. You're right. That's wild. Yeah, that was super mild.
Mildly interesting. Yeah.
I'm glad we are
I just
going to a
taught my
cranberry
husband
bog.
something. Holy crap.
You were hypothesizing and Google taught you. Okay.
I figured it out. I cracked the code.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to throw a wolf spider on you. Here's a fun fact. Mustache Man.
Fun fact. For $10, you can pay to have a cockroach named after your ex and fed to a zoo animal as part of the San Antonio Zoo's Crimea Cockroach fundraiser. Or you can pay
I'm in.
$25 and have a rodent
Sign me up.
named after your ex and fed to an animal at the zoo. There's also the option to pay $5 to have a vegetable named after your ex and fed to a zoo animal. As part of your donation, you also have the option to send a digital Valentine's Day card to your ex's email, informing them that you have named a cockroach, rodent, or vegetable after them and one of the zoo's animals.
That's so good.
$50 upgrade option, where you can send the zoo a personalized message, and they'll read the message while they film a video of the zoo animal eating the cockroach, vegetable, or rodent, and then send the video back to you.
This roach is named Jane Doe by Bernice.
This is the second year the zoo has hosted this fundraiser, and last year they received 8,000 donations from all 50 states and over 30 countries. Last year the most popular names were Jacob and Sarah, and so far this year the most popular names have been Zach, Ray, and Adam.
What a very creative and successful fundraising campaign by the zoo.
It is.
That's awesome. I love it.
Coming to the zoo, $20 donations to help the wildlife and blah blah blah. No one gives a It's another thing to be like, yo, you can name this roach after your ex and we'll feed it to a fucking lion and video record it so you can send it to that dumb bitch. That's so funny. It's like something you wouldn't pay money for, but you're like, oh, so that's cool, so I'll do it.
Right. It's an alternative to just a donation can.
Yeah, I like it. Pigeon.
Yeah. Creative donations are awesome.
An employee who works for the Unlimited IT sector in Howick, South Africa, became so frustrated with his slow internet speed, he barged into his boss's office and proclaimed, "My internet is so slow, a pigeon would deliver these files faster." The company decided to put his theory to the test, and they hired an 11-month-old carrier pigeon named Winston to race their internet connection.
Okay. Do carrier pigeons really still exist?
Yes. People train carrier pigeons all the time.
Winston had a 4-gigabyte USB stick tied to his back and was released from the Unlimited IT office in Howick and told to fly to the Unlimited IT head office in Durban, about 60 miles away.
That's what I get. Like,
What language do they speak?
pigeon.
German? Like
You think
what?
you think pigeons are German?
No.
Probably. Pigeons are definitely speaking German.
Same time Winston the pigeon was released from the Howick office, an employee began transferring the same files via their internet connection to the head office in Durban. It took Winston the pigeon 1 hour and 8 minutes to fly to the Durban head office.
Oh, it definitely beat the
or to upload the files from the USB stick onto a computer. In that same amount of time, only 4% of the online data transfer had been completed.
That's pathetically slow if you've only uploaded 4% of that size.
That's hilarious.
So did they fix the internet? Did you start using pigeons? You win the comment today, sir. Like, what company's like, it can't be that bad. Let's rent a carrier pigeon, buy a USB stick, and do it. Unless it was some sort of like another marketing thing, you know? But
I feel like it's...
4%?
That's just insane.
Brother, just get Starlink. Like, I understand if you live in some rural places, you can't really get good internet. But guess what? You can now pay Elon Musk $60 a month and get passable internet from anywhere in the world.
Not everywhere yet. They're still working on coverage for Starlink.
Invented by California farmer Mike Urosic to solve the issue of what to do with ugly, misshapen, or small carrots that couldn't be sold at the grocery store because people don't buy ugly vegetables. When Mike would harvest his carrot crops, up to 70% of the carrots he pulled out of the ground would go to waste because they were bent, broken, or ugly. Mike hated his carrots going to waste, and Mike's wife Terry hated cutting and peeling carrots when making dinner. And one night she told him, "Why can't you do something about this so I don't have to spend 3 hours every night chopping and peeling carrots?" So
How many carrots are you thinking if you're spending 3 hours doing that?
It's a lot of carrots. I mean, you know these old farming families, they probably got 19 kids. Yeah, it's how they do it.
3 hours.
2-inch pieces. Because
Chopping carrots.
cook with the carrots, they wanted to use as a snack. So Mike built a whole new factory where the ugly carrots were cut into 2-inch pieces, then peeled with a rough stone roller, then polished with a smooth stone roller, and then put into bags. In 1986, bags of Bunny Love baby carrots hit grocery store shelves and were an instant hit. In 1987, carrot consumption in the US had increased by 30%, and by 2016, baby carrots made up 70% of all the total carrot sales in the US.
That's insane.
That's the type of mildly interesting shit I love. I want to know about the carrot industry and the genius behind making baby carrots a thing.
I need to come up with something like that.
I like this one. Okay. Yeah, there's no point of reference.
What's in
I
here?
said it. There it was. Come on, bro. That can't be real.
No, that's real.
That is
Those are the crabs that ate Amelia Earhart.
See, I don't mind crabs when they're not like surprising me getting out of a crab rangoon. Whatever that video was we saw.
Oh, it was like a dumpling.
Yeah, it was a dumpling or whatever. Eagles are huge, dude.
They're like...
Oh, I know a picture you're gonna. Wow. I would love to see an eagle that big.
They're like... Those crabs are kinda chill. But apparently they will swarm the fuck out of you if you get hurt. Or they get the jump on you.
It's how your brain is, yeah. So bees, boob is obviously this one.
Yeah, but why?
Because it's Kiki sound sharper. There's some sort of psychology behind it. Let's find out.
Oh my god.
Let me guess. This one's Kiki,
Yes.
and this one's Booba. This is a real psychological phenomenon called the Booba-Kiki effect. And it sounds completely ridiculous,
actual name
but
of
this has replicated in tons of studies across a lot of different languages. Some very serious scientist sat down and drew these pictures and was like, oh, Kiki, Booba. In general, sounds don't match to concepts across languages, but for whatever reason, Booba and Kiki just are the exception.
They're not gonna give more of an
Come
explanation.
on,
That man just left me hanging.
Listen,
I'm actually interested in that.
the non-arbitrary mental association between certain speech sounds and certain visual shapes. Most narrowly, the tendency for people, when presented with nonsense words of booba and kiki, to associate booba with a rounded shape and kiki with a spiky shape. Like, it makes sense in your head why you would do it.
But
Like,
why?
kiki sounds sharper. I don't know, booba's close to bubble, boob. Like, it's making it soft and round. Yeah. I'm actually a neuroscientist, so you can trust what I'm saying about it. Booba, boob, bubble, obvious.
The boobs.
Boob. Giggity. Oh, Mrs. Lush is grabbing the mouse. Edible coffee cup? Eat your cup and make your coffee less landfilly. Okay, no, now you can right off. I thought it was going to be like chocolate or something.
That's exactly what I thought. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
cup.
Which obviously wouldn't work. Maybe for nice coffee it would.
That looks like
What is...
eating cardboard.
That looks like recycled material. Like,
Good luck pooping that out.
It looks like cork. Who wants to eat a fucking cork?
Is that great? Had to double check. I ordered the edible cup. It wasn't a cardboard one. That's why, like, that's the worst idea ever. There's absolutely no masturbating. Absolutely no masturbating while on the clock. All employees must clock out. No way a boss. Come on. That's crazy.
Where the hell do you people work?
Speaking of how easy it is to access this is the problem. People can't even work anymore. They just run in the bathroom to yank it out.
The hell?
Not on the clock. Come on, Doug. At least do it on your lunch break. A tooth.
Oh, what the hell?
I've seen weird stories of people having teeth grow in the wrong place.
Yeah.
In a weird way. Oh. Ugh. I feel like dental makes me skeeved.
Oh yeah.
Dental related skeeves me out. Pickle Dr.
I can't do.
You know who it is? Ain't no way. I think it's that guy.
I miss him.
Me for 40 years I could have been doing this. Ain't no way.
Yeah.
So this right here is a pickle Dr. Pepper.
Holy. First of all, beautiful eyes, my man. Oh damn, look at those things.
You alright?
No.
Do you need to punch out?
Pam Anderson, when you got those eyes right there.
You
Yeah.
just clock up.
I'm trying to say it. You need to punch out. Nice one. Up top. That's right. Oh, you're getting good at that.
One of us has Google running through their system.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Pickle Dr. Pepper?
Okay, yeah, wait.
That looks delicious. Like,
I just love pickles. I don't like Dr.
It's
Pepper
probably
that much.
like it. I'm sorry, I take that back. It looks foul, but I bet it's absolutely delicious because I also am obsessed with pickles and briny things.
I just got excited by the appearance of the pickles.
Do we
and
try
wait,
this?
Here's the deal.
We have
I
to
know
try
what looks so good about it. It's the ice. It's the pellet ice.
Pellet ice is good.
It's bomb.
So this right here is a pickle Dr. Pepper.
I've never in my life heard of anything like this. And I hope this is real because if I go to Sonic and ask for a pickled Dr. Pepper and they say I don't know what you're talking about.
I wouldn't even have the balls to order it.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a weird request or not, but y'all have a pickled Dr. Pepper?
We do.
Can I get one of those?
What size are you wanting the Dr. Pepper?
Just small.
Anything else for you?
No, that's it.
Okay, keep on eyes on the window for your total, okay?
Thank you.
At least get a corn dog while you're there.
to death.
I bet it's.
Oh, I got it.
Dude, it is real. We have a Sonic in ours.
Yeah.
Smells like pickles. All right, here we go.
I'm so intrigued. What the fuck is that?
Ain't no way.
That's actually not bad at all. I was a nervous wreck for nothing. Just a slight hint of dill pickle mixed with that Dr. Pepper.
Do we put pickle juice in it? Or just the pickles?
Y'all may think it's crazy, but go try it. If you like pickles, you like Dr. Pepper, go try it.
I feel like you could make a
I gotta try it.
out of something like that. Like just get some promethazone, add it in there, make like the redneck version of lean.
I'm the cook.
Reusable packaging at
yeah.
McDonald's when you order to eat indoors.
That is probably in another country if I had to guess.
Yeah,
100%.
I've seen that before.
I don't think that's
Like that in
no.
the US.
No. I mean, I like it, you know.
Also,
in most places you
Is that
go.
a potato wedge?
Yeah, what kind of McDonald's? Even the nuggets look like better. Potato wedges? This has got to be some European McDonald's stuff. Well, I think it's time to call this video and go get some pickled Dr. Pepper.
All right.
Here we
I would try it.
Here we go.
Pickled Dr. Pepper. Alright, what else we got? I still haven't found this damn McDonald yet. I'm starting to get kind of tired.
Humans craved enlightenment. To find it, they'd need a spiritual role model, an icon.
I love Kunk.
Christ-like figure. And as luck would have it, someone fitting that bill was about to arrive. None other than Mr. Jesus Christ. And humans.
I don't know if you heard it because I was talking. But she said, an almost Christ-like figure. Dude, it's so good.
To find it, they'd need a spiritual role model.
I'm not sure how much of the writing she did, or if she was just acting for this role, but either way, it's just so perfect. Like, the delivery and the writing are both insane. It's just so good. I love Kunk so much.
An almost Christ-like figure. And as luck would have it, someone fitting that bill was about to arrive. None other than Mr. Jesus Christ. An icon who was almost as revered back then as Beyonce is today. Jesus' mum was this woman, the Virgin Mary, who one night got visited by an angel and told she'd been gotten pregnant by a Holy Ghost. Of course, actual ghost jizz ectoplasm, which only contains ghost sperm. But Jesus wasn't born a phantom, leading experts to believe Mary wasn't impregnated by a real ghost, but by a man in a sheet. Scooby-Doo. Jesus was born Jewish, but soon converted to
What the fuck?
as he followed his dad into the Trinity. What's ironic about Jesus Christ becoming a carpenter was he was actually named after the two words you're most likely to shout after hitting your thumb with a hammer.
Oh my god.
Real historical figure, like Justin Timberlake or Garfield. Whether or not they think he was the actual Son of God who performed miracles like walking on wine or helping a deaf man see, they all agree he preached tolerance and forgiveness. A message so important his most ardent followers would eventually start killing anyone who didn't want to hear it. Mary had to give birth here on the floor, like a crack addict, and then lay him in a manger. Manger is another word for trough, and it's where we get the name for modern sandwich chain, ready to trough. He was born in a humble stable, which ironically isn't a stable environment for a baby, unless it's a baby donkey, which if records are to be believed, Jesus wasn't. In fact, as this actual painting makes clear, when Christ was born, he had a magic flaming circle on his head, which would have set fire to all the hay and pubes. The baby Jesus wasn't an ordinary baby. He was born with a big yellow circle round his head, which must have been hell for Mary to push out, especially when you think nothing had ever been in or out of her down below before. Been born a ghost after all. Then he could have just floated out, clanking chains and going woo. Where did Father Christmas come from?
Well, Father Christmas comes from St. Nicholas, and he is a 4th century Greek saint and bishop, and he was very renowned for giving presents to the poor, and particularly he gave presents to these 3 girls.
Wait, I found it. It's over here. Dude, it was just chilling over here.
Why was he knocking about with these prostitutes?
So dusty.
I don't think he knew them very well. It's just that they...
Well enough to give them gifts.
Give them money. I think he just wants to save the horrors of...
So dusty. They all say that, don't they?
But they don't have Jesus's. Is Jesus's the right term? Is it Jesus or...
I think we'd say figures of Jesus.
Figures of Jesus.
I think that Father Christmas himself would probably have preferred there to be figures of Jesus, because in fact there is a medieval story. St. Nicholas got in a punch-up about whether or not God or Jesus was greater and was thrown into prison. So he was obviously very exercised about the purity of religion.
It's all coming out, isn't it? You know, because like I didn't know that he used to hang about with prostitutes. Now I'm feeling less happy happy with him coming down my chimney. Jesus was killed because people didn't like what he was saying, so...
Oh my God.
Celebrity victim of cancel culture.
I think cancel culture would sort of require the idea that people really saw Jesus as standing for something.
I've seen that cancel culture one before.
Oh, no,
As a clip.
That wasn't the question. I'm literally asking if you could call him the first celebrity victim of cancel culture for our show. Down that lens there. Just, you know, it's a sort of punchy sound bites in it. Off you go. Down that lens.
Yeah. You might even say Jesus was the first celebrity victim of cancel culture.
Brilliant, thank you.
It's just my favorite part.
Was the first
lens. Just, you know, it's a sort of, it's first celebrity victim of cancel culture for our show. Down that lens there.
Really saw cancel culture would sort of
celebrity victim of cancel culture.
I think cancel culture would sort of require the idea that people really saw Jesus as standing for something and they were sure they knew what it was.
Oh no.
So that's basically a no. And then she goes and says,
okay, down this sense.
Yeah.
You might even say Jesus was the first celebrity victim of cancel culture.
Brilliant, thank you.
that's my favorite part. It's like, literally that woman just tells whatever someone tells her to says whatever someone tells her to say. It doesn't even matter. I think I've seen Kunk on Shakespeare before. Yeah, it's uploaded by someone else. We get our Kunk straight from the source.
What exactly was Jane Austen?
Jane Austen was a woman from Hampshire who wrote novels.
Is that it?
Yes, that's it, absolutely.
The thing about St. George, he wasn't actually English. His father came from...
She's so good.
Turkey, and his mother came from Palestine. He never actually came to England.
Oh, you're joking. Speaking as an expert in architecture, do you ever watch Homes Under the Hammer?
No, I don't, no.
You don't watch Homes Under the Hammer?
I've never seen it, no.
You've never seen Homes Under the Hammer?
I've never seen Homes Under the Hammer.
Why not? You must have heard about it.
I haven't heard about it, no.
Don't you and the other architects talk about it?
It's not a subject that's ever come up, no.
I think you'd enjoy it. I think you'd get a lot out of it.
I shall go and have a look, yes.
Yeah, clever things, didn't he? My favourite is You've Got to Dance Like Nobody's Watching. It's so true, and you can apply it to anything.
Did Aristotle say that? I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
It's quite brittle at times, and I know I come across as quite confident, but sometimes when
But it's Kunk, so I never know.
You know, I might.
She just says like everything.
And when I think of Dance Like No One's Watching, that really helps me. You know, it's like a gift. What made Aristotle think of that?
I'm not aware that Aristotle said that particular thing.
Yeah.
About dancing when no one's watching. I don't think he said that.
He did, didn't he?
If he did, I don't know, and I don't know why, but I don't think he did.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Said.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I wouldn't be surprised if he said something very similar in like a more academic manner.
About something about one's confidence.
I have... Wait, that's Plato, not Aristotle. Do I have any Aristotle currently around? Not that I think of. The book that I have next to me is Plato.
And he uses the name Tudor just to mean this is some random Welsh person rather than an appropriate person to replace me as king.
So the Tudors don't use the name Tudor very much at all. Some people refer to it as being their family name later on.
Sorry, I had that thing, you know, where your brain stops listening. Has a mummy ever ridden a bicycle?
Not that I know, but the ancient Egyptians didn't have bicycles.
Right.
They didn't even have roads, so they couldn't have a bicycle because they couldn't ride a bicycle.
I don't know why I asked that. I couldn't think of anything else to say. I expect they gave her a bone.
I couldn't think of anything else to say.
Well, Laika unfortunately never made it back to Earth because shortly after launching, she overheated and she tragically passed away just a few hours after being launched.
You're fucking joking.
I wish I was. No, she was launched on a flight that was pretty much one way.
There's a dead dog in space. So there's a dead dog somewhere in the back of a frame of every film shot in space, like Star Wars.
I wouldn't say...
There are dead dogs in Star Wars. That is unacceptable.
Laika's satellite eventually burned up in the Earth.
There are dead dogs in Star Wars. Yo, I haven't heard that one before. I need more USB ports. I don't have a place to plug these headphones in. I found the dongle, but I don't have a spot to plug them in. That's why you keep seeing the shit. Oh, it killed my fucking camera doing that? Of course it did. It killed my mouse too.
There's a dead dog in space. Do you think we might be able to do something about it?
Stop it being incinerated?
Yeah, stop it being incinerated. Or the sun burning the earth. Can't we put it out with a big hose or something?
It's an inevitable consequence of the laws of nature.
You're pleased with that, are you? You're happy with that? You can live with that?
Well, there's nothing I can do. I mean, also, the Andromeda Galaxy is going to hit us.
The Andromeda Galaxy? A whole galaxy is going to hit us?
Yeah. On about the same time.
Where did the Romans come from?
To begin with, they came from Rome, and then they came from the...
Is that working? Okay, my mouse isn't working right now, but I can still pause with my space bar. My camera isn't working either. I'm gonna fix all that in a second. I'm trying, but I just think it's hilarious, dude. He got so much entertainment from telling her that a whole galaxy was gonna hit us. Alright, I think maybe I've lost my cam for this stream. Dude, it's just something new every single fucking day. Alright. I might be able to get it back. I don't want it doesn't want to give me my mouse back for whatever reason. Did my USB ports on the front of my PC just die? Is that what's going on? It's not even the hub. I'm thinking it's the hub, but it's actually the ports themselves. That would fucking piss me off so much. Can this reach that far? I'm trying to get the cam back, guys. I don't know if it's gonna happen. Honestly, if I Alright. I don't think it's gonna work. I think my IO on the front panel isn't working because I lose my mouse when I unplug it, but let's try it anyways. Yeah, it's frozen. Properties, can I? Okay, no, it just doesn't want to come back on. I'm gonna watch the rest of this at least.
Where in Britain did they come from?
Not from Britain. They came from Rome, which is in Italy.
Right, well, this is about the history of Britain, so where in Britain did they come from? Okay, let's pretend it's the 1980s, and I'm Margaret Thatcher. This is a political...
I just don't know what to do without my cam on. Like, I feel like the only way to do it, to fix it, is to restart my PC, and I feel like if I'm restarting my PC, I'm just calling it a night.
Setting interest rates so high, why she was allowing the exchange rate to go so high in a way that was really damaging British industry and causing a huge rise in unemployment, and didn't she think that she was causing huge unnecessary suffering?
You're not expecting me to answer that, seriously. Can you make it stop?
Yes, of course.
It's incredible, isn't it, that we're here now, but that voice came from years ago. If I speak into this trumpet bit, can I ask the person a question about what it's like?
Because the recording was made over 100 years ago.
But it's a phonograph, doesn't it work like a phone?
A phonograph means sound writing in Greek, so it doesn't mean telephone.
So they can hear us, but they can't reply.
So they can't hear us, we hear them. We hear their recording.
They can't hear us and they can't reply to us.
I would say they can't, no.
So what's the point of it?
Well, it's so we can hear music and voice and sounds.
So can it record sounds that haven't happened yet?
No.
What about sounds that happened earlier?
If those sounds were recorded at the time, it can't capture something that's been in the past.
It seems quite limited, to be honest. To find out more about...
The best ones are the ones that don't get it.
Or have I?
You can tell some of the experts know what's going on. Some of them are just fucking clueless. And they're like, how is this woman so dumb?
Yes. How do you know? Am I here? Me. Or am I here? I've got an expert here with me. Or have I? Or am I here? Maybe I'm imagining them, or they're imagining me. Or am I? Hello, philosophy lady. Am I here?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, I can see you, I can probably feel you, I can hear you.
What lovely warm hands.
Thank you. It is possible that I'm dreaming.
Yeah. Or I could be dreaming too, couldn't I?
Or you could be dreaming, yes, but you asked me whether you were here.
So
and it's
if
true,
you
that's
would
a very...
dream, if I was...
She's just so good. Like, I just... The facial expressions, the little micro expressions, the tiny comments, like the lovely warm hands or whatever. This is like actually top tier brilliant comedy. This is like the type of British comedy that I enjoy. There's some British comedy that's just like stupid. It's not funny at all. But this is the shit that gets me.
Dreaming, that wouldn't have happened. No, if you were dreaming, that wouldn't have happened.
If I were dreaming, then my belief that you are here might be false. Right. And unless I can tell that I'm not dreaming, therefore, it's possible that you're not here.
Yeah. But if we both sort of nip ourselves.
Well, the trouble with nipping yourself like that is you might dream that as well. I mean, any test you can do to see whether you're awake, you could do when you're asleep. Any belief that could be false if you were asleep is a belief of whose truth you can't be certain unless you can be certain that you're awake.
I need to do one more. Just want to see how long that one is.
And then, of course, we have a
6:09. Perfect. This will be the last one.
Or will that come up later?
I'm guessing it will come up later.
Which episode are we in now?
Probably something about the Middle Ages.
Yeah, but is it like episode 3 or episode 4?
I'm afraid I'm not sure.
We're both just lost here, aren't we? This is fucking awful. What makes us as creatures turn on each other like that? And could you keep the answer to one short sentence, because otherwise they get really pissed off in the edit?
Fear, honour and interest.
Really? Those are the 3...
That's it in a nutshell.
Right. I don't know who edits this, but that's going to have to do. King Arthur came a lot, didn't he?
You mean that he's associated with the court of Camelot?
No, definitely. King Arthur.
Oh my god, I just love her face when she says that. The blonde woman's face when she says the King Arthur line. It's so good. It's so good.
King Arthur came a lot, didn't he?
Camelot.
No, it definitely says King Arthur came a lot.
Camelot.
Camelot.
Yeah, it's his court where he held court. It's a place.
All right. What was Renaissance? Was that a sort of?
I've seen this one before.
From the French, Renaissance, naissance is birth, so it was seen as a rebirth.
So it's not a condiment at all?
No, not as far as I know.
Okay. What sources did they use back then?
So this is an area of culinary history I'm not very familiar with the history of sources.
Oh, so you're not the source person?
I'm not predominantly a source person.
I like this guy a lot.
I have to rethink this whole interview. What was the Soviet Onion?
Well, I think you're labouring under a misapprehension, and you probably mean the Soviet Union.
The Soviet Onion.
Paper earlier.
Well, that's probably been misspelt, or you can't read very well. But I think the historical term is the Soviet
It's probably been misspelled. You can't read very well. I don't know if this guy knows what's up or if he's just like kind of a dick.
Union, or the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics.
Don't want to be rude.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Can we stick to the topic of the Soviet Onion, please?
Okay.
What exactly was it? If you don't know, it's okay to say. You know, I won't judge you. What's the most political thing that's ever happened in Britain?
I'm not sure. I think. That's a tricky question in the sense that there are definitely degrees
She absolutely stumped him.
There are lots of things that are straightforward in politics.
This is hilarious.
That are not the sort of halfway, I guess. But I genuinely can't identify the most political.
Second most. Is it true that in his working life, Beethoven was dead?
Well, he was deaf for most of his life.
No,
well,
dead.
His half. Dead?
Yeah.
No.
The producer wrote it in the notes. It's definitely here. Let's see. In his later years, Beethoven was profoundly dead.
Profoundly deaf. D-E-A-F.
Obviously, he went deaf when he died, but was he deaf when he was still alive?
Yes, he was profoundly. Yeah, he was profoundly.
But not dead. He wasn't dead.
He wasn't dead
when he was alive.
No.
Systems everywhere in the universe changes its state, and that change takes place in what we call time, and that's the only way we can infer the existence of time. But actually, what time is,
I think cancel culture would sort of require I think
call him the first celebrity victim of cancel culture.
I know I saw this clip in the other one, but that face, man, it's just like,
I think cancel culture would sort of require the standing for some.
Literally asking if you could just, it's a sort of, it's for asking if you could call him the first celebrity victim of cancel culture for our show. Down that lens there. Just
I like how that confused her even more than the first thing. It's just like, the first thing was actually kind of like a little out of left field, you know? It's like, oh, okay. Then she's just like, actually, no, could you just like say it? She's like, wait, what? Wait, what?
It's a sort of, it's for a credit sequence with punchy sound bites in it.
I like the fact she needs to explain that part.
Okay, in this sense. Yeah. You might even say Jesus was the first celebrity victim of cancel culture.
Brilliant, thank you.
I'm glad they put that one last. It's just my favorite thing because it's like, she kind of said the opposite. She was like, no, like, I feel like, what was I saying? It was like, people would have, like, really had to, like, disapprove of what he was saying or something like that. And while it's true, some of them did, it was, like, in the end. Like, I'd argue that maybe he was, but at least the most well documented. But I just think it's funny because the woman's kind of like arguing against it, like, no, I don't know if he was, and then she's just like, no, can you just say it to the camera for a bit? And she's like, okay, yeah. It's like, what do these experts really know if they're just like willing to change their opinion like that because some idiot interviewer asked them to do it for content? Alright, I'm going to, since my camera's not working, wrap this up and call it a stream. I will try and fix my camera issues and be live again tomorrow or the next day. I am planning to do the 24/7 thing. We're just not there yet. I got some technical issues to sort out. We're gonna try and stream like pretty much every day from now on though. And assuming I don't get myself all fucked up again. Alright? So we are going to raid my friend. please show all the love and support to my friend. I need to actually like update those, but it is what it is. Alright. I'm waving at the camera and the camera doesn't even work. I'll see you guys. I don't know when I'll see you. Tomorrow, probably. Almost certainly. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Go. I forget that, like, dude, this new fucking raid takes so long. I hate this new raid thing. It's like a fucking hour and a half to get ready to raid someone. Alright, we're ready. Alright, bye. I'm waving and you can't see it, but I'm just letting you know. Here, I'm gonna give you a full screen of you not being able to see me wave. Bye, guys. Nice to see you. Take care. Show love to my friend Miss Billy. See you tomorrow.